Good morning. I think that's my cue to start when I hear recording in progress. It's that time of the day. Okay, so good morning. It is April 26th and it is 9:30 in the morning. And we are calling this meeting of the Employment Training Panel for April to order. Did I get roll?
Good morning, everybody. I will be taking roll call and going through some housekeeping stuff. Welcome to the April 2024 panel meeting. If you are here in the auditorium, please do not streamline via mobile device or connect to the Zoom platform in order to avoid a persistent disruption of the proceeding. If you are presenting before the panel and are attending the meeting in person, please step up to the auditorium, speak clearly into the microphone, state your name, title, and company you are representing. And for the public comment, we ask that you do the same. For those viewing and attending the meeting virtually, if you would like to make public comment, please use your raised hand feature and wait for your name to be called, at which time you will be unmuted. Please speak clearly, state your name, title, and company and that you are representing. You will be given 3 minutes to speak. Now we're going to go with the roll call. Rebecca Betancourt.
Present.
Gretchen Newsom.
Present.
Rick Smiles.
Present.
Mike Hill.
Present.
Douglas Tracy. Chris Dombrowski. Madison Hill.
Present.
Chair Betancourt, there are 6 members present. We have a quorum. Also present, we have Jessica Grimes, Executive Director, Peter Cooper, Assistant Executive Director, Jaime Gutierrez, Chief Deputy Director, Michael Cable, Chief Staff Attorney, Laura Campbell, Chief of Program Operations. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are moving into the beginning of the agenda items. Can I just get an action to approve the April panel agenda?
With a recommendation,
Okay.
Chair. Seeing that we have many lengthy presentations
Mhm.
scheduled for panel business, I would like to see us consider those presentations after we review the proposals. So I think our audience might
Appreciate that.
appreciate that and make their flights. Okay, there's
I see
cheering
lots
over
of
there.
smiley faces there.
So with that, I'd like to move a motion to
Okay.
amend the agenda so that we consider the proposals first and then consider
And then
the
depending on timing, look at
have the
the priorities
presentations
of
afterwards.
presentations. Okay, that's
Second.
Second. I have a second so quickly. One thing I do want to make mention is we will also make sure we build in a lunch break around somewhere between 12:30 for 45 minutes, just to allow everyone, because I think it might go long today. So we would like to just make sure we do that, unless we really feel like we're going to run by 1 o'clock. But I feel with presentations, I would love it to be by 1 o'clock. Max, I'm getting a look from legal here. I would love it to be done by 1 o'clock, but if we feel we're getting there, we will build that lunch break in for everyone. Okay, so I hear a second. So I guess I need a vote.
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye. So I hear no oppositions or any abstentions. So we have a motion adopted to flip the agenda to put panel packets first. Fantastic. All right, now we're going on to the action to approve February's panel meeting minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And a second, thank you. Can I get a vote for this one, please?
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Rick Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye. All right, so we have no oppositions and no abstentions, so we had it in favor, so the motion is adopted. Thank you. We're going to move now to executive reports, and then we'll go to panel packets. I'm going to hand it over.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, panel members, stakeholders, and staff. I want to begin my report with 2 information items. First, I am pleased to announce that Jennifer Fothergill was recently appointed as our newest panel member, so we are planning to officially welcome her at the May panel meeting. Also, this month has been filled with opportunities to champion the wonderful work that ETP supports and funds. Next week, a team from ETP will be speaking at the California Conference on Apprenticeships. This week, panel member Mike Hill was on a panel at the California Community College Association of Occupational Education, speaking about apprenticeships. And earlier in the month, I was also on a panel at the California Community College Chief Instructional Officer Conference, speaking about not-for-credit pathways as a pathway for boosting career mobility and wage progression. I want to echo Madam Chair Betancourt's comments about the rich agenda and recommend that we move as efficiently as possible. So I'm going to also quote from a book called Smart Brevity Wherever We Can. Let's adopt that as in our comments. As for the proposals, if all are funded today, the panel will be approving 26 projects in support of 10,285 trainees for approximately 8.9 million. Review and action on these proposals will be presented by the managers from the regional offices. Additionally, the executive report will continue with the following: an apprenticeship funding update by Assistant Executive Director Peter Cooper, a legislative update from Staff Attorney Michael Cable, and a budget update from Chief Deputy Director Jaime Gutierrez. That concludes my part of the executive report, so I will hand it over to Peter Cooper. Thank you.
Good morning, panel members. And I just have two quick updates for you. So next month, you will hear back from Civic Makers regarding their stakeholder process, their working group that looked at the first in, first out and the apprenticeship funding. They will have some prototypes and recommendations for actions that we might be able to test during the coming year or years. So look forward to that presentation next month. And then the second update I have is that we will be opening our apprenticeship funding window for the 2024-25 fiscal year for the apprenticeship programs. These will be supported by core funding. And as you all know, we have a release of funding once a year for the apprenticeship. The application window will open on Monday, May 13th. At 9 a.m. and it will close on Friday, June 21st at 5 p.m. An informational session will be held on May 29th at 10 a.m. to provide information on changes for this year and address any questions you may have about applications. So similar to the past year, we will review the total demand and then right-size those asking over the capped amount. You can expect to see the apprenticeship projects coming to the panel in September, so the September 27th panel meeting. That's all I have for you this morning. Thanks. I will hand it over to.
Thank you. Good morning, panel. I will keep this short. We are still in the 2023-2024 legislative session. The last day for introducing bills passed on February 16th. The legislature reconvened from spring recess on April 1st. Bills are currently working their way through committees at this time, with deadlines for their work looming over the next few weeks before the May floor session and Memorial Day. We sometimes provide a ledge memo for you, and I was hoping to do so at this time. Unfortunately, the Cal Ledge tracking system has honestly been more down than up this week. It's been pretty popular. So I was unable to get you some accurate info, so I wasn't going to submit one for you now. We'll definitely have a ledge memo for you next time. And I know there's also some other sources we can use for ledge tracking, and I was talking to Melissa about this morning, and we'll use those. So I'll have one for you next time. That said, there's one particular bill that's receiving a lot of attention, which is SB 1321. It's referred to as the Employment Training Panel Bill that proposes some significant changes to our enabling legislation. SB 1321 became the Employment Training Panel Bill by way of amendment around March 20th of 2024. There was a Senate Labor Committee hearing that was earlier this week and Wednesday. It passed committee on a 4-to-1 vote, and it's now, and accordingly, it was referred to appropriations. So we're waiting for, I think that date comes up in May, early May, for the Appropriations Committee, and we're just going to be tracking it for you. ETP does not have any opinion regarding SB 1321 at this time. Your legal unit is working with executive staff and others and reviewing the effect of a successful SB 1321. I anticipate that bill analysis being completed hopefully during the course of this coming week. Again, it's just a bill. It's a work in progress that's likely going to have a lot more discussion and debate over it. I suspect it'll be beat up going through the committee and going through the legislative process. We'll keep an eye out for you and we'll provide reports to you as it goes through the process. That's all I have for you this morning. Again, apologies about the memo. I promise I will have one for you next time. If you have any questions for me, I'll take questions. If not, I'll pass it along.
Oh, I was just looking forward to reading it, Mac.
I know. It's
Yeah, no, and you
stunning.
even promised me yesterday it was going to appear.
Mhm,
You
I
know,
know.
it's okay.
I know. I did make that promise.
You know I
yesterday.
love that bedtime reading. Yeah.
With that, I'll pass it along then.
Good morning, panel members and stakeholders. Thank you once again for the opportunity to provide you an update on the employment training panel funding. However, before I start with that, I would like to take a few moments to provide a staffing update. First, I would like to welcome Carmen Lucy, who was recently hired at ETP and has joined the Human Resources team. So welcome to her. I would also like to share that Diana Torres, the Southern California District Manager, has retired from state service after 32 years of dedication to the people of California. Proudly, she would say that 30 of those years have been working with the employment training panel. Diana started with the state in 1992 and came to ETP on April 1st, 1994, as an analyst working in the San Diego regional office. Her dedication to public service and to the people of California propelled her through numerous promotions within ETP, culminating as the Southern California District Manager, overseeing both San Diego Regional Office and the North Hollywood Regional Office. But she has provided so much more to ETP. Throughout her tenure, Diana has exemplified professionalism, commitment, and excellence in everything she does. Her wealth of knowledge, expertise, and tireless dedication have been invaluable assets to our department. And her leadership has helped shape the positive work culture we share today. Diana's retirement marks the end of an era for ETP. We will miss her and her deep institutional wisdom and knowledge. Her last working day was this past Wednesday, and for those that know Diana, know that she does not like attention and does not like recognition. That's just Diana. But obviously, we could not pass up this opportunity to express our appreciation. So with that, I thank Diana for her service to ETP and the people and employers of California. And I also congratulate her and wish her a retirement filled with joy, relaxation, and endless adventures. So thank you for that opportunity. With that, I will move on to the funding. Regarding our current funding, as Director Grimes stated, today's panel meeting is for approximately $8.9 million. That includes 6 approved delegation orders for a total of $226,274. If all proposals scheduled for this panel meeting are funded today, the panel will be funding 26 projects. Regarding the demand, we have 136 applications in some form of demand. 53 applications are currently with the regional office in development. 21 applications are under review by the application and assessment unit. And 62 applications have been submitted that are pending review. I would like to note that a lot of those applications are set applications and which we have reduced our funding because of the allocation we provided to the Ag Initiative. So that's why some of those are being held up for a little while. However, I would also like to note that any submitted applications currently in the queue will roll over into the next fiscal year. So we will not require anybody to resubmit an application. We're just going to take the ones we have and roll that are currently there and roll them into the next year so they don't have to make any changes. The estimated value of the 136 applications is approximately $27.2 million and breaks down as follows. 14 million in demand for single employer contracts. Again, most of those are set projects. $5.1 million in demand for small business, 8 million in demand for multiple employer contracts, and there is currently 0 demand for apprenticeships and 0 demand for critical proposals. Regarding our allocations, we are currently within our total allocations for the state fiscal year, and that is the final portion of my report. We do not have a consent calendar this panel, so unless there are any questions at this point, I would like to hand it back to Madam Chair for the next agenda item.
Thank you, Jaime. Any questions from anyone? All good. Okay, I think we are now moving to proposals.
Yes, we are. Good morning, panel members. Please turn to tab 1, which is a training proposal for AAA Plating and Inspection, Inc. This is a priority industry and a repeat contractor. Total ETP funding being requested today is for $98,532, and that's for an estimated number of trainees of 102 under Job 1 priority retrainees. This will be AAA Plating's 7th ETP contract and the second in the last 5 years. Training will take place in-house at the company's sole facility in Compton. And here today is the company representative to answer any of your questions.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Marilyn Custer. I'm the quality coordinator for AAA Plating and Inspection. Thanks for having us. We are happy to apply for future funding. We have just completed a contract and we're looking forward to having another one.
All right. Does the panel have any questions on the proposal?
I do, if I may. Thank you for joining us today. And I wanted to pay particular focus to the production staff that you've included in your proposal. I'm seeing their wage range between 16 to 20 for the first segment of the production staff, and then it moves up to 2001 to 25, and then 2501 to 30. It's the first level that I'm really concerned about, of paying someone such a low wage of $16 an hour. And I understand that you've included in your proposal an incentive bonus of up to $265 per an hour. Plus, you're also using the healthcare bonus to reach the post-retention wage of $23.15 an hour. And I wanted to have a better understanding about this incentive bonus, because it also states in your proposal that the incentive bonus is created when net profit exceeds 10%, and then each department is allocated a bonus of up to 3.5% of each department's sales. And I don't understand if the production staff would be receiving that incentive bonus if they don't have anything to do with the sales, but they are the ones manufacturing the profit.
Yes, everyone in the company receives a bonus,
Okay.
depending on how Mr. Wallin does his projections. I know you were concerned about our first employee at $16. This is his first job. He is the grandson of an employee that's been there since 1989. And so he will have his 90-day review either next week or the week after. And more than likely, he'll be getting a small raise. And then I also checked with HR. And there are now only 3 people that are between $18 and $19. Everyone else is over 19 at this point.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions? No? Or from this side? Okay. So do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve AAA Plating and Inspection, Inc. In an ETP funding amount of $98,532.
Second.
Second, thank you. Can I ask if there's any public comment?
No.
None online, none in the room. All right. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
And Madison Hill.
Aye.
Thank you. So the motion is adopted. You are funded.
Very, very much.
Yes, thank you, panel. Let's please turn to tab 2 now. This is a training proposal for College Hospital, Inc. It's a priority industry and a repeat contractor. Total ETP funding being requested today is for $432,768 for an estimated number of trainees of 338 under Job 1 set retrainee and 54 under Job 2 job creation set retrainee. Training will take place at headquarters in Cerritos and 5 California locations: Santa Fe Springs, Alhambra, Anaheim, Santa Ana, and Signal Hill. This will be College Hospital's second ETP contract and second in the last 5 years. And here today to answer your questions are the company representative and its subcontractor.
Good morning. My name is Holly McKittrick. I'm the HR director for College Hospital, and I'm happy to be here to discuss our training proposal and answer any questions you may have.
Does the panel have any questions?
Can you talk to us a little bit more about your prior project performance? And it's showing on our proposal that you have a payment earned of 74% or 294,000. And it looks like you are not, ETP has approved the 74%, and the contractor has a final invoice in an amount of 19,000. I just want to delve a little bit more into that because you're asking for more monies than last time.
Hi, I'm Bill Sachs with National Training. As you know, we've uploaded the data and we've billed for 97%. That's already been submitted. We're waiting. ETP has a 3-month time period that you can close it out, but we're at 97%.
Can you also speak with me a little bit more about the 2 different job numbers you have and the wage discrepancy or range if you have? So I'm looking specifically at the technician job classification. So for job number 1, the technician would be earning between $28.53 an hour up to $38.89 an hour. There's 43 of them. And then under job number 2, the technician is earning only $20.25 an hour up to, if everything goes well, $37.55. I just talk to me a little bit about their wage progression with this training and how they're going to increase their wages.
Okay. Yes, so job number 1 is our incumbents. Job number 2 are our new hires. The technician category can include anyone that's maybe needs special education, special licensing down through entry-level positions. So that's why there's a wide range there.
So how soon, if the newly hired technician comes in and they're earning $20.25 an hour at the very bottom, maybe they're earning more. I love it when they earn more. How soon after they receive this training will they be bumped up to the next higher wage range?
We give annual merit increases.
Okay. Here. And then they would bump up to the second wage range of $25.01 to $37.55.
No, the merit increases range anywhere from 3 to 3.5%.
Any other questions? I have just one comment on prior performance, I think, as we're looking at this. That last contract expired or finished at the end of October. Just knowing what's coming through with repeat contractors in the future, I am going to encourage timeliness of getting those final invoices in. Seeing it came in March when it expired, that contract ended in October, is probably one of the things I think we're both angling at around timeliness of invoicing, so we know we're able to award full amounts in that way for you. With the new repeat contractor rule, that's going to be really important in the future. Thank you. Any other questions from the panel? No? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve College Hospital, Inc., contract number ET 24-0324 in the amount of $432,768.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do I have any public comment on this proposal?
No public comment online.
Nothing in the room. So we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski. Aye. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye.
All right. So I had all in favor. So the motion is adopted.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, panel. Again, please turn to tab 3 now. This is a training proposal for Falk Mobile Health Corps. It's a priority industry and it's not a repeat contractor. There is a union involved for the San Diego Association of Pre-Hospital Professionals. Total ETP funding being requested today is for $299,736. And that's for an estimated number of trainees of 487 under job 1, set rate retrainee, and 56 under job 2, job creation, set retrainee. The company acquired Ambulance Care in 2010 and has 4 locations throughout California that will participate in this project. Los Angeles, Orange, San Diego, and 1 affiliate in Hayward, Falk, Northern California. This will be Falk's first ETP contract, like I stated earlier. If approved today, and here today are the company representative and its subcontractor to answer any.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mario Vargas. I am the clinical manager and planning manager for Falk, and I'm here to answer the questions. Thank you for the time.
I was like, coughing. Thank you. Any questions from the panel?
It's more of a statement. I'm pleased to see higher wages for the EMTs. It's something that I have publicly been talking about for a long time. And finally, I have before us a proposal where the wages are much higher. I do see off the top of, there is a difference of the post-retention wage for jobs number 1 and 2, where job number 2 is at the 1876, but that's mostly for your administrative staff and not the EMT. And I just want to say, thank you for increasing the wages for the EMTs.
Thank you. It's really something that needed to be happened a while ago.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
No public comments online.
Motion to approve Falk Mobile Health Corp. in an ETP funding amount of $299,736.
Second.
Second, any public comments
No public comment online.
online or in the room? Okay, so we'll go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hewell.
Aye. All right, so we had everyone in favor, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you.
You again, panel. Tab 4 is for Pioneer Circuits, Inc., and that has been withdrawn today, just for the record.
Good morning, panel members. Tab 5 is a proposal from Quinn Group, Inc. They are a repeat contractor requesting $498,180 to train 570 workers. Training will take place at Quinn Group's 18 locations in Fresno, Kern, Kings, Los Angeles, Monterey, Orange, Santa Barbara, Tulare, and Ventura counties. A representative from Quinn Group is present to answer any questions.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, panel. My name is Jonathan Kramer. I'm the Training Development Manager for Quinn Group, Inc. We are a Caterpillar remanufacture service and parts company. I'm happy to be here to discuss our plan and open to any questions you may have.
Are there questions from the panel?
So you're not actually doing construction,
You're not doing construction.
right? So on our panel thing, it lists your priority industry under construction. But I wanted to commend you for the higher wages that you're paying to the operations staff, the technicians, the frontline folks, and thank you for that.
Any other questions from the panel? Yeah, I don't have any. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve Quinn Group, Inc. and an ETP funding amount of $498,180.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
No public comments online.
Well, it looks like there's none in the room, so we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hewell.
Aye. All right, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Tab 6 is a proposal from Sunray Solar, Inc. They have withdrawn from this panel and will attend a future panel meeting.
Good morning, Director Grimes and panel members. If you will please turn to tab 7. We have a proposal from the Permanente Medical Group, Inc., DBA Southern California Permanente Medical Group. They are a repeat contractor requesting $499,560 to train a total of 543 retrainees. Training will take place at the Permanente Medical Group's locations in Los Angeles, Riverside, San Bernardino, Orange, and San Diego counties. This would be the Permanente Medical Group's 13th ETP contract and the third in the last 5 years. Representative from the Permanente Medical Group is here to address any questions from the panel members. Thank you.
Good morning, panel. My name is Hazel Torres. I am the Director of Regional Professional Development and Research for Ambulatory Services, that's a mouthful, for Southern California Permanente Medical Group, and I'm here to answer any of your questions or provide further clarification.
Are there any questions from the panel?
Just want to commend you on the high wages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any questions on the panel? No, Rick's looking at me. Are you ready to make a motion? He's like, the finger's there, the finger's there. He's like.
I'll make a motion to approve the Permanente
Mike's-
Medical. Oh, somebody else.
Thank you, Mike.
Sorry, Mike.
Second.
We're like, was that a clear motion from Mike? I'm just checking
I don't
for the
think so.
record. It was, it was? Good,
Okay.
even though we were all laughing. Okay, it's okay.
Second.
So first one there, second one with Rick. Okay. We're in speaking. Any public comment?
No public comment online.
Doesn't look like anyone's running to the podium on this one. So I think we are going to go to a vote then.
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Bettencourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hugh. Aye.
Alrighty, so all approved. So the motion is adopted.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
If you'll please turn to tab 8. We have a proposal from LPL Financial LLC. They are repeat contractor requesting $115,000 to train 250 retrainees. Training will take place at LPL Financial's locations in San Diego. This would be the company's second ETP project and the second in the last 5 years. Representatives from LPL Financial LLC present to address any questions from the panel.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the panel. I'm Andrea Bostic, and I'm Vice President of Employee Learning with LPL Financial. I would like to thank Skylar Phillips from the San Diego Field Office for her support in developing our ETP proposal. LPL Financial is an independent broker-dealer, and we provide proprietary technology, compliance services, practice management programs and training, and independent research to more than 21,000 financial advisors. Our last ETP project ended in 2020, and the funding we received enabled us to deliver critical job-specific training more effectively to a large segment of our employee population. At that time, we had a business unit that wasn't appropriately utilizing our LMS, which decreased the amount of funding we were able to learn. However, we have right-sized this project based on our previous earnings, as well as worked with all of our business units to ensure data capture in our LMS. And we've also hired additional staff to provide training for this project. Therefore, we are confident we can earn 100% of the requested funding. This additional ETP funding will allow us to provide extensive, significant new skills to our workforce to enable them to work efficiently, to design, develop, and support our highly technical products to our customers. I want to thank the panel for considering our proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does the panel have questions?
I do. Do you
Yeah.
want to talk about
What do you want to talk about?
prior projects and I'll take care of wages?
I have that, but I also have something else. So you're welcome to start with prior if you'd like, and I'll build if there's.
Well, I really want to talk about the rate range.
You start with wages.
Okay, perfect. Tag team. So for the operations staff, the wage range is between $29 to $79 an hour for 235 of your members. You're seeking as a priority industry, and just for the record, you're not participating in mortgage banking. of
That's
any.
correct.
Thank you. Needed that. There's a moratorium on that for us. So that's why I put that into the record. But you're seeking a wage modification from $39.21 an hour down to $30.75 an hour. And so for your operations staff, approximately how many of them are earning $29 an hour at the lower end of that wage range versus being kind of in the middle to the upper end?
I don't have that number with me, but I'm happy to get those details and follow up with you.
Do you have any kind of a general sense of, is it the bulk of your workforce that's earning 29 versus 79 or?
I would hate to guess.
Okay.
But
I never
I'm
want
happy
you to
get it.
guess, so.
Okay.
Okay, so if staff could follow up on that, I'd be interested to know, so. Where I went.
I look at this proposal and I have one question about, I'm going to say the trainees experience. So some people are getting about 60 hours of computer-based training. Can you help me understand how they will, I'm going to say the retention or the application once they have gone through 60 hours, because that's a lot of self-paced, computer-based. I know it's reimbursed at a lower rate, but from that learner perspective, how that really helps them back when they're back in the job rather than just, I'm sitting in front of a computer clicking screens.
Yes.
I know what my guys are like with computer-based training.
As a trainer, I concur. So we would expect all of our employees will have a small amount of computer-based training, and probably about 30% of the employees we're talking about will kind of get to that 60-hour cap. In addition to the computer-based training, we also do a lot of side-by-side coaching. So for example, someone may take a computer-based training that's 30 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, and then they would actually sit with someone who is currently doing the role. They will watch a little bit, they'll actually get their hands on it as well. So there is the training component, but there's also that hands-on practice piece with coaching.
So we're looking at funding the computer-based and not that hands-on on the job training side of it.
That is correct at this time.
Would you like to go or do you want me to? You can. Okay, so when I look at prior performance, and I know you just hit on a bit of this about hiring more, prior performance looked like it was an LMS issue when I look at the comments in the 130 here in front of me. Can you help me better understand how you're setting a team of success for the LMS entry? Because it sounds like that's where there was the gap. And how you're planning to be successful with that. Are you building things in to help with tracking throughout, et cetera, throughout the contract? Because it does worry me when I see low performance and then we're talking about that same LMS that caused problems last time to be I'm going to say the Band-Aid to make it successful this time, if that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense. Great question. So what we have done in order to kind of fix this issue is we have worked with our LMS team to make sure that they are properly staffed. And then we've also created what I'm going to call a class report so that any facilitators who are holding training make sure to submit that information within 3 days of completing the class so that we can properly give people credit and track the training hours. So I think by one, having more staff, and then two, creating more process around reporting of training, that we'll be able to make sure that everything is recorded properly.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? You're good on that one? Okay. All right, so it looks like I have no more questions from the panel. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve. I'm sorry. This is Marietta Circuits?
No.
I'm sorry. Oh, LPL. Okay, I'm on the wrong one, sorry. Motion to approve contract number LPL Financial LLC, contract number ET 24-0323, and the amount of $115,000.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Do I have any public comment online?
No public comment online.
And no one's running to the podium here. So we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Bettencourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye.
Everyone's in favor, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Tab 9, Marietta Circuits has withdrawn from the April panel meeting, and the company plans to return to a future panel meeting. You'll please turn to tab 10. We have a proposal from Schilling Paradise Corp. They are a repeat contractor requesting $388,125 to train a total of 375 workers over 2 job numbers. Training will take place at Schilling Paradise Corp's locations in El Cajon. This would be Schilling Paradise Corp's second ETP contract, the second in the last 5 years. Representatives from Schilling Paradise Corp are present to address any questions from the panel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Jeff Platt. I'm the CEO of Schilling Paradise Corp. and Jam Builders. And I'm happy to be here today and answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the panel?
Thank you for joining us today. So I always pay really close attention to the post-retention wage. And for job number 1, your post-retention wage is $30.75 an hour. For job number 2, it's $18.94 an hour. You're using the job creation incentive in order to lower the wage for the post-retention rate. I can see that it's largely your administrative staff. You have 1 person that's listed at $16.44 to $20 an hour. I love it when administrative staff are paid more than the minimum wage. And that's like, it's creating this optics of lowering your wages much more by including this 1 person. So if you could just give them a raise, that'd be great. It would look a lot better, the optics of it. But if you can just talk with me about that 1 person, or they, through this training, can they anticipate a wage increase and wage progression?
Yes, they can. Well, they already have since we've submitted this. This is just an entry wage and we very quickly bring them up.
Okay, it's like an intern or something.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's where I have that. Yeah, it's that 1.
Alrighty. Any other questions from the panel? No?
Motion to approve Schilling Paradise Corp. Contract number ET 24-0329 in the amount of $388,125.
Second. Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this proposal?
No public comments online.
All right, so no public comments. So we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski,
Aye.
Mike Hill,
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt,
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom,
Aye.
Ricky Smiles,
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye. All right, so everyone is in favor, so this motion is adopted.
Thank you all very much.
You will please turn to tab 11. We have a proposal from Walter Anderson Plumbing, Inc. They are a repeat contractor requesting $402,500 to train a total of 250 retrainees. Training will take place at Walter Anderson Plumbing locations in El Cajon, San Marcos, and San Diego. This would be Walter Anderson Plumbing's 4th ETP contract. It's 3rd in the last 5 years. Representatives from Walter Anderson Plumbing are present to address questions from the panel.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for having us back again. I'm Naomi Louie. I'm the HR coordinator for Anderson Plumbing. Handles all of our ETPs.
Ready to talk. Go ahead. What
Yeah.
kind of questions do you have for
Yeah.
us?
I was going to say, what questions does the panel have on this proposal?
Welcome back. I'm really pleased to see how the proposal has been reformatted so I can have a better sense of the wage progression and also the training that each of them are receiving. I did have a question as a follow-up matter. Your post-retention wage, Jill, this is going to probably be more for your understanding, is $25.98 an hour. You are not using the healthcare benefits to reach that. Thank you for that. So the wage is higher. But I can see in the proposal, as your trainees are progressing forward week by week, they are getting bumps up in their pay from levels 1 up to level 5, and then graduating after that to much higher wage. So my question, though, has to do with, can we bump up that post-retention wage so that it matches what I'm seeing in the wage progression laid out in the table? Probably not up to the very maximum amount, because you might encounter some new trainees coming in, and then they're going to be at the front end of the training program, but somewhere kind of in the middle. And I'm looking at for level 3 in weeks 15 to 25 that they're or level 4, sorry, from $28 to $30 an hour in weeks 26 through 52. So then they've gone through the program. We're seeing the bumps up in the wages, but then we're also being accountable to ourselves of ensuring that they are getting those wages. I'd feel a lot more comfortable with that. So bumping up the post-retention wage from $25.98 to want to talk a little bit more about like how many of them this
Right
what's it?
now.
Yeah.
And I wish I would have actually had an exact number, but I was sitting here going, I know she's gonna ask me that. So I think we have about 55-ish people that are under the $30 an hour range right now. And in the last contract, which it should actually be completed. I'm not quite sure why fiscal's hanging on to it, maybe, but I told them to go ahead and complete it. We had about $110,000 worth of training that didn't quite meet the $26 an hour range last time, right? So we finished at 100%, but we had this extra training. And I'm willing to work with you. I want to make sure that we're able to bring those entry-level people in and they actually can get trained, because that upskilling is super important.
So if you're bringing in the entry-level folks, they're starting off with the first initial weeks at a level 1 of $20 to $23 an hour. And then after the first 8 weeks, then they move to level 2. I really like that progression of what you've laid out here. Can we say that we can anticipate the post-retention wage to instead be, so I'm going back and forth on my computer, that they will have at least achieved, where did it go? Level 4, $28 to $30 an hour.
Tell you what, I'll meet you at 27.
27's not even in the,
Well, but I
so
mean,
how about 28?
about 26.
No.
So I
Grinder.
understand that it's not in the thing, right?
Mhm.
But what we're wanting to also make sure that we're doing is being able to train those entry-level people. So if they come in later in the contract, right?
Yeah, that's
you
what I'm
know-
trying to get
You
to.
know what I'm saying?
No, Joe, I'm totally with you on, I may disagree over here and we have our disagreements. That some of them will come in late. And so that post-retention wage is at 25 is the only way you're going to capture them to be eligible if they're coming in those last, and life happens. Sometimes we get our contracts closed nice and early and other times we get trainees right at the end. And that's where I'm like, I would rather have the 25 for you so you can get them if you're finding you're needing to put people in right at the very end. It may be she gets them all in and they're way up because she's, you guys are charging ahead and ahead of schedule, or you get a lot of new hires in one go. So for me, I feel all right on the 25.98 based on ensuring success on the contract. But we disagree at times and it's
Agree at
okay. And I don't know if any other panel members have any thoughts on
Well,
this.
just a
but-
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think level 4 is training from 6 months to a year. So is that right? The way you written it here?
Yes.
So does that mean if you can't reach that wage, then it would extend the contract further because you'd,
Well, we can't extend the contract,
It's a
right?
2-year
It just wouldn't
contract.
end up in the
Right, like some
contract.
people
You
just
just
wouldn't make
wouldn't.
it. Here's what I will tell you, just so that you can feel confident, Gretchen, that they do what they say they're gonna do. They have been a DOL approved apprenticeship program for like 3 years. So, while the political landscape in California is very tough for
Oh, DAS
construction
was DOL.
trades
Yeah.
to do that, right?
Yeah.
Like they'd love to. In fact, I had a conversation with Eric Root a few years ago where he goes, I love this program. We need this program. But here's what's going to happen if I approve it. So,
Yeah.
like I said, I'm willing to meet you at 27. I agree with you on the higher wage thing. Like, I don't always disagree with you,
Thank you
but
for
I
that.
want to make sure that they can hit what they're doing.
Exactly. I want to see that progress and I'm really glad with how you've laid this out. It's beautiful. So I really thank you for that. I'm fine with 27.
Okay.
I'm going to make a motion.
Is there any other comment from the panel before I believe Rick is asking Gretchen to make the motion because she's got adjustments in there?
adjustments in there. But for Walter Anderson, when you come back to us next time, I would really love to see a kind of a chart of how many of them have progressed by level
For sure.
and achieved that. It would really, I'd love
You
to
know,
see those
you could
stories.
call them, have them come to your house, ask the guy how much he's getting paid.
They're in a backyard,
I
so
know.
you know.
That's why I said that.
So I did the other day.
She's
I
going to be
passed,
phoning.
I
this
passed
mystery
some of them on
customer.
the street next to my house, literally. It's almost like you had cameras on my house.
But did you stop? Did you stop and ask them? Or
I
did you
I
just
stop
drive
and
by?
chat with
Oh,
them.
okay.
Should say,
I
hey,
chat with
wait.
workers all the time. Yeah. Hi. Okay, ready? Okay. Motion to approve Walter Anderson Plumbing, Inc. in a contract ETP funding amount of $402,500 with the adjustment of the post-retention wage being $27 per an hour. And that's it.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Oh, in unison. Okay. Any public comment?
No public comments online.
Doesn't look like here. So we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye.
All right. All in favor. So we are adopted. You're welcome.
So again, panel members, let's turn to tab 12. This is a training proposal for American Medical Response West. This is a priority industry and not a repeat contractor. There is a union involved, the United Emergency Medical Services Workers, Local 4911 AFL-CIO. Total ETP funding being requested today is for $393,300 for an estimated number of trainees of 180 under Job 1, set medical skills retrainee. Training will be delivered at its facilities located in Concord, Modesto, and Napa. And this, again, will be AMR West's first ETP funded proposal if approved today. And here today to answering your questions are the company representative and its subcontractor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Morning, panel. My name is Chad Newland. I'm the Regional Director for American Medical Response in Contra Costa County. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Does the panel have any questions?
So you have a collective bargaining agreement now. Did you guys have one last time before when you? No.
This is the first time that
First
AMR
time
West
you've
has come to the
okay.
panel. So we've had a collective bargaining agreement in play in at least
Okay.
in Contra Costa County for
Got it.
decades.
So
Yeah.
your EMTs are likely looking at wage ranges, and the one that we just approved, Falk, has a much higher wage than what I'm seeing here for your EMTs. And so the 80 in the first wage range, earning $22.64 an hour up to $25 an hour. Talk to me about when we can anticipate that they're going to be bumped up to the second wage range of $25.01 to $44.43.
Yeah, so the way that the training program works, it's a program that at least in part takes EMTs and allows them to become paramedics. So once they finish that paramedic training, which on average with some variation takes about 18 months, then they'll progress to those higher wage scales.
So are you projecting based on that? I just want to make sure the post-retention wage is saying 25.64. You have 80 trainees projected in the 22.64 to 25 that they will all move up. I just want to make sure for success of your contract that you will meet that post-retention wage
They're using the $3 per an hour.
and using that $3 to help. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to address that. The first group is the new hire and the second
Yeah.
group is the incumbent. And we've had great success at encouraging our EMTs to pursue paramedics school. And that also comes with the apprenticeship program that's just approved by DOL that has AMR West contributing to their paramedic school and paying them to actually go to school. So that's a revolutionary new thing that helps just that issue of getting EMTs to paramedics. And I'm Jed Silver, I was a development consultant with Redlow Health Solutions.
Anyone else have any questions?
Motion to approve American Medical Response West, contract number ET 24-0320, and the funding amount of $393,300.
Second.
Thank you. Any public comments?
No public comments online.
Ready. So we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
And Madison Hill.
Aye.
All ayes. So the motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel. Let's turn to tab 13. This is a training proposal for International Business Machines Corporation, DBA IBM, priority industry and a repeat contractor. Total ETP funding being requested today is for $499,560 for an estimated number of trainees of 1,030 under Job 1 retrainee and 56 under Job 2 veteran retrainee. ETP funded training will be delivered at its Santa Clara, San Francisco, San Mateo, San Diego, and Orange counties facilities. Again, this will be IBM's 11th ETP contract and its fourth in the last 5 years if approved today. And here today is the company representative to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jen Ji. I am the Program Director of Public Partnerships at IBM. Thank you for having me, panel. And a special thanks to Chris, the manager, and Nimira, our analyst. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Other questions from the panel?
I want to thank you again for having that veterans job component for that and really delving into the veteran community and hiring them directly. So I commend you on that. I did have a follow-up question about your wage range. For all classifications, it appears to be $25 an hour to $99 an hour. Love that 99. That's great. But I can't tell of your workforce how many of them are on the lower end and what that wage progression looks like with their training. Can you talk to me about that?
Yes, great question. From analysis, I've seen that from about the $25 to $50 range, we are at about 40% of the trainee population, and above $50 to $99, about 60% of the population.
Let's dive a little bit deeper. From 25 to 30, how many of them for 40?
I have to go back. I do not have that data.
So I'd be, for staff, this is your 11th contract. I'd be interested to know a little bit more, kind of delving into the wage progression of that for next time around.
Thank you.
I have one and it's similar to another. I've just seen it actually. I hadn't quite caught it in the corner of my eye. On your computer-based training, you have the trainees will receive between 0 and 97 hours of computer-based training. That feels really high. Yeah. So I'm just curious, how many are you seeing going again that high? And I think similar to my question to a previous applicant, how are you building in that transfer of sitting in front of a computer, clicking, doing a bit of interaction, but then applying it back to the job?
Great question. So we foresee in the application, as you see, we foresee a trainee receiving computer-based training, like you said, from 0 to 97 hours. On average, we reported recently in our 2023 impact report that an average IBM employee takes 85 hours of training a year. So as you can see, we have a continuous learning culture. But to your point about, are they only sitting in front of a computer, right? Similar to the other applicant, we believe in training in the flow of work. And because of our global learning strategy and approach, digital self-paced learning is critical. And that is where the impact is going forward. Even Gartner says this as well. Aligned to those leading trends, what we do though, in addition to the computer-based training, is provide, there are many times where these learnings require stand and deliver, like I'm doing here, right? We present and demonstrate our skills learned in front of a panel of sorts, where they provide feedback, they provide coaching if it's not adequate, but coupled together with the digital self-paced training, that's where we are able to then, not just the completion of learning, but also the credentialing of their learning. So it really goes hand in hand.
So there is an application perspective. It just worries me putting someone in front for 97 hours. I know most people's mindset kind of slips at that time. What kind of percentage do you see going to 97 hours? What percentage of those employees that we're putting in? So you have 1,600 employees you're recommending here in your estimated number of trainees. Of those, how many do you see going to 97 hours of CBT? I mean, partly it's a lower reimbursement rate, but I'm just curious. It feels very heavy compared to many of the others.
I can't say it's a one number that's one size fits all. It depends because at IBM, we like to target and segment our learners. So in the case of a new hire, they need more hands-on human interaction, right? You don't want to just throw them into a computer-based training. So in that case, there is more of, or the proportion would be less computer-based, more class. Same goes with higher banded execs. We found that peer-to-peer discussion and face-to-face learning benefits them more. So again, in that population, you'd see less computer-based training. So again, not a one-size-fits-all, but a good combination.
I would just say when you're managing your contract to look at that because it's a much lower reimbursement rate.
Yes.
My guidance on
Yes.
that. Okay, any other questions?
Just a quick question.
Yeah,
I would assume that you have prescribed curriculum for each role.
Mhm.
Would that be the case?
Yes, there is a prescribed or mandated curriculum, yes.
Okay.
But in addition to that, it is very important for IBM to ensure that their employees, our employees, are able to have the flexibility to learn skills that are also of their interest and passion. So it's not all
Right.
just prescribed.
Yeah. The other thing is, we all know that IT functions are experiencing a lot of change with AI and other things. So your CBT programs would have to be modified frequently to keep pace with the changes that are going on in the world today.
You're absolutely correct. And that is why I believe digital self-paced learning allows us to meet the speed and the demands of the changing market. This helps our employees, again, at their time, when they're available, they can apply it into the flow of work rather than wait for a classroom to open.
Any other questions? All right, do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve International Business Machines Corporation, DBA IBM, contract number ET 24-0317, and the funding amount of $499,560.
Second.
Any public comments?
No public comments online.
Ready, so we shall go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Bettencourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom. Aye. Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hewell.
Aye.
All right, so we have a full panel saying aye, so this motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel. Let's turn to tab 14. This is a training proposal for QuantumScape Battery, Inc. They are a priority industry and they are not a repeat contractor. Total ETP funding being requested today is for $499,100. Train an estimated number of trainees of 700 under job 1, priority retrainee. ETP training will be delivered at its headquarters location in San Jose. And again, this will be the company's first ETP contract if approved. Here today are the company representative and its subcontractor.
Good morning. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to come before the panel. I'm representing QuantumScape. We are working on a transformative energy storage technology relating to solid state lithium batteries to eliminate to support zero emission transportation. We're currently in the development stages and working with several auto manufacturers. Recently, we've shipped our latest prototype samples, and our first commercial product will begin low volume prototype production later this year, with higher volume prototype production in 2025. Due to the development environment of our company currently, there are constant adjustments to our processes, and as a result, constant flow of training. And so we do spend a lot of time and effort into employee training, and for each iteration of the process. We look forward to working with ETP. Let me know if you have any questions. Sorry.
Any
Aman
questions?
Gill. Oh, sorry, my name was Aman Gill.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'm gonna ask you, I didn't catch your name. Welcome. Don't be nervous. It's gonna be okay. I did have a question about your R&D technician. You have two wage ranges listed. One is 22.10 an hour up to 25 for 11 of these technicians. And then the second wage range goes much higher, from 25.01 to 63. So for those 11 technicians that are, I imagine those are new hires, kind of fresh, so they're receiving this training. How soon can we anticipate their wages to progress?
So we do have an annual performance review process and merit increases that take place as part of that. And there's different ranges for annual merit as well as promotions. And we have a mid-year cycle as well.
Are you looking into forming an apprenticeship program for these technicians for the future? And
I know that we are working with some community colleges to perhaps have some type of apprentice.
It's an exciting market, so.
Mhm. Any other questions? Right.
Motion to approve QuantumScape Battery Inc., contract number ET 24-0322, and the funding amount of $499,100.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have any public comments?
No public comments online.
Does not look like in the room, so we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hewell.
Aye. All right, so all ayes, the motion is adopted. Good luck.
Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you again, and let's turn to tab 15. This is a training proposal for the Sigma Network, Inc., priority industry and a repeat contractor. Total ETB funding being requested today is for $126,753. Training an estimated number of trainees of 167 under Job 1, HUA set retrainee. Training will be delivered only at its Stockton location, and this will be Sigma's 5th ETB contract and its 3rd in the last 5 years, if approved. And here today to answer your questions are the company representative and its subcontractor. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, panel, for having the opportunity to be here. My name is John Rivers. I'm the Vice President General Manager of the Stockton facility. Looking forward to answer any questions you may have.
All right, does the panel have any?
Again, with your administrative staff, it's lowered the post-retention wage down to below $20 an hour. It's $18.54 instead for 2 individuals. How soon will those 2 individuals get a bump up to their pay so they bring them up to 20 and up?
So the timing of that document can have a significant bearing on the hourly rate. So the hourly rate for us at 90 days, they increase, and it's about a 15% bump at 90 days. Then at 6 months, and then at 1 year, and then we do an annual wage review. So they progress very, very quickly. Administrative staff has a lower hourly rate compared to our operations staff, our delivery drivers, and our warehouse. But the progression for us is very, very quickly.
Can we bump up the post-retention wage to $20 an hour?
Problem. We're working on an annual review right
Sorry,
now.
can I just, are we back on air? So we just suddenly we were off air. So we're good to carry on? Good to carry on because I've got a green screen up there. I saw
was
the black
exciting.
screen there.
Gretchen,
Yeah.
the-
Sorry.
The $20 is with the recent changes in fast food industry where they bump $20 an hour. Well, we're not a fast food industry. We supply the fast food industry. That's what we do.
Right. It's connected.
With that, we've recognized it and we've been vocal with our associates, and we've already implemented, or we're implementing a measurable change that our base rate will be above the 20 start. So.
Any other questions? Because I have one, but I'm wondering if you probably have the same as me. Okay, so when we look at prior performance on projects, we're looking at this project as well. Performance has been, it's been improving. The first contract mainly in Lancaster was at 60%. This next one that's closed out is at 86% that finished in 2021. I'm looking at this and I'm just wanting to make sure, what are you putting in place to be successful with this one? Because you're asking for about double of what you had last time. We like to see the 90s or higher in performance, more so than the 80s, so we don't right size till we get to 75. But what are you guys doing in order to ensure success for this contract?
So the way that the plan has been, I'll say, administered and tracked in our operation was a little ad hoc with our HRBP and our safety manager. We've, as recent as 3 weeks ago, we hired a full-time training manager. So he's in training. Actually, he's at our corporate office for the first 3 weeks, so he'll be doing training there. He will be the administrator at the distribution center to ensure that when we do the training on a weekly basis, we track it and we facilitate it. I think we did the training. We just did a poor job of collecting the data and submitting it. So shame on us. And we've had the same discussions with our Lancaster operation, and they've thus just of recent filled the same position. So Sigma on a national level, we have 16 distribution centers. We saw a relevant of having, an opportunity to have a program like this. Training is paramount for our operation. It doesn't matter what the staff level is, everyone has training. And some of the key programs that we do have, warehouse, our operations team to become a delivery driver. We pay for their schooling while they're there. We pay them a wage, we pay for the school, and then they can become a driver for us. And they basically can double their annual income by doing that. So training for us is paramount.
So it's really record retention and keeping on top of your records by the sounds of it.
We just didn't facilitate it well, and we saw that as an obstacle, not just, again, for a panel review or for a value of this, but on a national level that we're doing the training, but we couldn't quantify it by a database training. And now having training managers across the country really will solidify that.
And this one is just going to the Stockton facility, correct?
Yes, dedicated to our facility only. Every operating company will have one.
I heard the Lancaster piece of having the same role, and I'm like, are we splitting? Though that's not what it says in here. So I wanted to double check before we, I would just say keep on top of that paperwork. And if it's the LMS, the data entry is accurate. It's hard work. Any other questions?
I didn't hear whether you do have a learning management system or not.
Yes, we do.
You do, okay.
We have an online system as well as in-course OJT on-the-job training sessions. We have that all scheduled out.
Any other questions?
Motion to approve the Sigma Network, Inc. and an ETP funding amount of $126,753 with a post-retention wage moved from $18.54 an hour to $20 an hour.
Second, thank you. Any public comments?
No public comments online.
And none in the room, so we will move to vote.
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hewell.
Aye. All ayes, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
Tab 16 is a proposal from Marcus General Engineering, Inc., a California corporation, DBA Marcus General Engineering. They're a first-time contractor requesting $272,895 to train 339 workers. Training will take place at Marcus General Engineering's locations in Roseville and Rio Linda. A representative from Marcus General Engineering is present to answer any questions.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. My name is Laura Coletti. I'm the Vice President of Finance for Marcus General Engineering. We're excited to be submitting our first proposal and partnering with ETP. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
All right, does anyone have questions?
Your post-retention wage, the optics of it looks a little bit lower for construction industry at 23, but those are the administrative staff, and your construction core is much higher. So thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Motion.
You may do a motion. You are more than welcome to.
Thank you. Motion to approve Marquise General Engineering, Inc., a California corporation, DBA Marquise General Engineering, in an ETP funding amount of $272,895.
Second.
Thank you. Any public comments?
No public comments online.
Right, so I guess we will go to a vote as we have no public comment.
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Ricky Smiles.
Aye.
And Madison Hewell.
Aye.
Thank you, panel. Next, we have tab 17, a proposal from S. Martinelli and Company. They are a repeat contractor requesting $240,000, 534 to train 249 workers. Training will take place at S. Martinelli's facilities in Watsonville. A representative from S. Martinelli and Company is present to answer any questions.
Good morning.
Jennifer Madrid, I'm the Senior Director of Human Resources.
Christina Amesqua, and I am a senior HR at Martinelli's.
Good morning. My name is Benoit Girodi, and I'm the Director of Strategic Engineering for Martinelli.
Good morning. My name is Cameron Young. I'm the Senior Production Manager at Martinelli's.
Good morning. Any questions? I have two little ones. I'm just curious more than anything. So when we look at this proposal, there's a lot about new equipment coming in. Who is training that new equipment coming in? Is it you're training an in-house to become an SME? Is the vendor coming in? I always get down to the bottom of the vendor list and there's no vendor. And I'm like, new equipment. Can you just help us understand how you're training with this new equipment coming in?
Sure. So most of the training will be done online with the actual technicians from the company we're buying the equipment from.
Okay.
And we're also hiring a consulting company that will help us creating training material to further benefit the training, so video for training.
So the online component is a classroom component more so than a self-paced.
Correct. It's actually not, it's not computer-based training. It's actual.
That's why I wanted to double check
hands-on-
there that the category
hands-on
was right.
on the actual manufacturing line.
So it's
Yes.
doing it with them at the other end, showing you that way. Okay, that's fine. And then, hang on one second. Maybe I don't. No, I think that's it. Any other questions for anyone?
Just thank you for not seeking to reduce wages under wage modification. I appreciate it.
All right.
Motion to approve S. Martinelli and Company and ETP funding amount $240,534.
Second.
Okay, any public comments?
No public comments online?
No one's running to the front of the room, so it looks like we will go to vote then.
Chris Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mike Hill?
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt?
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom?
Aye.
Ricky Smiles?
Aye.
And Madison Hewell?
Aye. All right, so that motion is adopted. Thank you. Before we go to the next proposal, we are going to take a 10, well, I'm going to call it a 13 because my time says 10:47. So I'm going to say we're going to take a quick bio break until 11 a.m. on that clock. That says 10:46, but we'll go by 11 a.m. on that one. Thank you. Alrighty, I make it 11 o'clock. We are going to keep this moving. I am looking at staff. I don't remember where we're at. I think it's 18.
Correct.
Oh, I'm on track. I like that.
Alrighty,
Okay.
tab 18 is a proposal from Timberworks Construction LLC. They are a repeat contractor requesting $495,650 to train 605 workers, including 15 new employees. Training will take place at Timberworks location in North Highlands. A representative from Timberworks Construction is present to answer any questions.
Good morning, John Hedge, Director of Operations for Timberworks Construction.
Does anyone have any questions on this one?
Yes, sorry. Took me a second to come back into focus.
I know I'm in that kind of same
Uh,
space.
So this is a construction one, and taking a look at it, your post-retention wage is $23 an hour. But your actual wage ranges are higher than that. So I'm looking at your administrative staff is at 24, but your framing staff, the construction crew is ranging between $25 to $35 an hour. That's the bulk of your workforce, 480 of them. So with this anticipated training, can you talk to me about the wage progression for your framing staff?
Yeah, so the $25 is someone coming in with little to no experience in framing. And then we promote internal growth inside of our company. Those tend to be our best employees. And honestly, it's very based person to person. So a lot of people pick up the industry quickly through our training processes and progress extremely fast. And others take a little bit longer, but it's do promote internal growth very strongly.
So for future, I'd really like this one to be kind of, I'd recommend taking a look at what Walter Anderson did with theirs and how they really progressed with the training. If they're earning this much, then the next step is this training, and then they earn this much. That's what I want to see more if you're seeking to have a reduced construction wage. I want to see that progress. I want to see the progress of their training and then the wage.
Okay.
That's just where I'm at right now. So, and really focusing on the bulk of your workforce, the 480 framing staff. So.
Any other questions from the panel?
With the framing staff and their wage range of 25 to 35 an hour for the post-contractual wage of that, can we anticipate that their actual wage
range
would be 27 to $35 an hour? So they, through the 2-year contract, they're receiving kind of a bump up in their wages.
Most of our staff gets that bump up, honestly, relatively quick, especially with the minimum wages and the fast food industry increases. It's required us to grow our starting wages.
Okay, so you've mixed in administrative staff, so I can't touch the post-retention wage like we did previously. I'm looking at general counsel, so I don't get into legal trouble. But then staff, if I can take a look at, if we approve this today, holding the framing staff to $27 an hour up to 35.
Just to confirm, do you want to see that occupation in a separate job number for that wage range?
That would be helpful to me since it's
You
by
prefer
far
to see it as a separate
the
line?
bulk of them. Yeah.
Okay, and then just to confirm, what would the post-retention wage be for that separate job number specifically?
27.
So 27 for framing staff at a post-retention wage of 27?
Are you asking for that on 1 and 2 or just on 1? Because they
One.
have them listed on both.
1 and 2, they have the same wage ranges. Yeah, for that segment of the staff.
Okay, so it'd be a separate job number specifically just for framing staff at the post-retention wage of $27?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
To 35.
But post-retention at 27.
Right, but the range, yeah.
With a
So
range
when they
27 to
pluck them
35,
out-
but post-retention 27.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you get that, Phil? In case the motion isn't clear, I'm making sure.
Yes, yeah, post-retention wage is at 27, but their wage range is 27 to 35,
Correct, yeah,
but contractually 27.
yeah.
Thank you.
You got it, Mac? Okay, just check it. I can see the brain go. Just in case the motion somehow kind of gets fuzzy, you know? But I know she'll make it really clear. Any other questions from the panel? Rick's like, I want to make a motion, but I don't want to put the.
Okay. Motion to approve the Timberworks Construction LLC in an ETP funding amount of $495,650 with the subset notion that we are creating a new job number 3, and we are taking the job occupation title of framing staff, putting it into job number 3, and that post-retention wage would be contractually at $27 an hour.
Second.
Thank you. Any public comment?
No public comments online.
Not seeing any in the room. So we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski,
Right.
Mike Hill, Rebecca Betancourt,
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom,
Aye.
Rick Smiles,
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye.
All right, so all were in favor, so the motion is adopted.
Very much.
Thank you.
We'll now review proposals for multiple employer contractors. So please turn to tab 19. We have a proposal from Professionals in Human Resources Association. Their repeat contractor requesting $743,400 to train 630 retrainees. Training will take place at Professionals in Human Resource Association participating employers locations located in Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ventura counties. This would be Professionals in Human Resources Association's 8th ETP contract in the 6th 5 years. Representative from Professional in Human Resource Association is present to answer any questions from the panel.
Good
morning.
Good morning.
Hello. My name is Liliana Arguello. I'm the Director of Membership at Professionals in Human Resources Association, also known as PIRA. I just wanted to thank you all for supporting our proposal. We really appreciate it. As a result of the training that we've done, our employers are reporting 3 things. One, they're identifying employees for promotion. 2, they are, these trainings are leading to efficiencies that are really helping their operations. And 3, they're able to increase their headcount. So really grateful for the grants that we've received and for helping achieve these goals. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? I have a couple of I'm going to say curiosity, but not curiosity. When I look at the contracts from year on year, what is different from this year to next? Oh, this year's to next year's. This year from the last one and maybe the one before. Because when I look at your curriculum lists, they're very much showing the same. So can you help us understand what is happening differently with contract to contract? Because when you're members only, groups are coming in. What are we doing differently from contract to contract?
Well, this year, all of our employers are different. So we have a high demand. We're able to offer this to different employers. We do provide a pretty large range of training so that we can provide a menu to our employers who are looking to upskill, reskill, and refresh their employees.
Okay, so it's really, this one's outreaching to different employers than we've had in previous ones. 100%. It looked like it from the list. I was like, the curriculum is identical, but the companies are looking different. I just wanted to check that was
all different.
Okay. All right, any other questions? No. Motion.
Motion to approve Professionals in Human Resources Association, contract number ET 24-0337 in the amount of $792,568.
Second.
Thank you. Any public comments?
No public comments online.
Right, so no public comments. We will go to vote. Oh, hang on.
Yes,
Okay.
We'll need I believe we'll need a new motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
the wrong amount. I didn't catch it, sorry.
Correction to the motion.
Correction, motion to approve Professionals in Human Resources Association contract number ET 24-0337 and the funding amount of $743,400.
Second.
Thank you. I had no public comments. Correct? All right, we'll go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Rick Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hugh.
Aye.
All right, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
You know, I'm going to tell you what to do, you know. Before we
Madam
start.
Chair, I'd like to recuse myself from this next proposal.
Righty, we'll remember to come and get you, Rick.
Hopefully.
You'll please turn to tab 20. We have a proposal from the Chamber of the Chino Valley. They are repeat contractor requesting $528,780 to train a total of 660 retrainees over 2 job numbers. Training will take place at the Chamber of the Chino Valley's participating employers locations across Orange, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties. This would be the Chamber of Chino Valley's second ETP contract in the second and the last 5 years. Representatives from the Chamber of the Chino Valley are present to address questions from the panel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Zeb Wellborn. I am president of the Chino Valley Chamber of Commerce. First off, I want to start by saying thank you. This last go round, we had a successful program with tracking training hours in excess of the amount approved by the panel in our last project. We served 7 companies and provided training funds to over 1,000 trainees. And in this next one, we're hoping to provide training for 1,500 trainees in the project. Just as an FYI, several of our companies have a CBA, but we've been assured in writing that none of the training is duplicative of union-based training. Their focus is on specific skills needed to complete the projects they work on. With that, we are happy to answer any questions.
Just to follow up to that, none of them are apprentices, correct? So you're not claiming training for apprentices because then that would.
No, they're all completed.
Exactly. Thank you.
Can I just validate the number you said of trainees that you're expecting on this contract? How many was it? Was it 1,500?
1,500, yes.
So the numbers I have in front of me do not reflect that.
Have roughly 690.
Yeah.
Since this was put together 8 months ago, we've had some changes in the number of employees. Probably be part of the program.
Oh, I'm going to call something out on that because my guess is that you have a pre-panel meeting with staff with the 130 before it comes to us. I would hope the numbers would be reflected correctly based on that pre-panel meeting. I'm seeing staff nodding their heads. It's a very big difference, 600 and 1,500. So I don't know where that got missed, but that makes me feel a bit uneasy somewhere in a miss. Nearly 1,000 employees in headcount, if that makes sense. I'm assuming, Kellen, there was a pre-panel meeting to validate everything of the information in there, which is always important because it comes in front of us and it comes as a
Right.
public document. Because that would need an amendment, I'm guessing, in future for allowing such a change in the direction of the training proposed in front of us.
Yeah, we conducted a pre-panel prep meeting.
And that number didn't come up.
We did not discuss that number. However, the numbers are a projection based at this time of what's printed and in the
It's
development
projected at
process.
600.
Right, and so as things change, they can train more trainees on average with less average hours being decreased. But
Yeah.
those are the MECs have the latitude to.
Yeah, I think more on the MEX side, that is a much, much bigger number. I would have liked to have seen that reflected in pre-panel meeting that we're expecting our numbers are changing because our client groups are changing going forward. Because I think if I went to the, what's the form called? The form with all the different employers, the numbers would reflect what you have in the packet versus what we are actually projecting or hoping to do. So the average hours, everything is different. It feels like the whole foundation of the correct content of this contract in front of me of what's being proposed is switching quite differently with when we're tripling the number of people.
True.
I don't know if anyone else is feeling that same kind of
Well,
concern.
Married to that concern
Yeah.
too, like this is a much more significant amount that you're seeking to. And then when I'm looking at past performance, it's almost double what was received and approved from last time. Like this panel packet shows it equates to a 26% of potential earnings from last time for the 249, but we're seeking like above 500,000. So with that, I'm feeling, I would feel much more comfortable, Larry.
Just that.
Yeah.
Larry Mandel with Training Refund Group. So in the first project, we were looking for more than the 200,000 that or 249 that was improved. That was a correction done by staff reducing it. The second thing, the number you're looking at 26%. 6 months ago, we submitted the final paperwork to get the final invoicing done.
Yep.
And with luck, it'll be approved and finalized next week.
But then that, so staff provided me with a revised update and it still, it shows that the percentage as an actual fiscal final review is more likely to be at 88.68%.
68.
Oh, I thought 68. Are we on Chino or are we on Fullerton? Where am I in
Chino.
the world?
We're on Chino.
Jesus. Sorry about that.
And there are still some corrections that are going through fiscal before we get the number. Will we hit the 100%? Most likely not. Some of the lawyers, we had retention issues with some of the union
Yeah.
employees where we lost over $20,000 because they didn't meet retention requirements.
Okay.
And I think that goes to management of contracts. And I think when I look at this and you're saying, yes, we're at this 80% mark, a lot less last time. I totally get the concern. I think, and when we're saying there was issues of management of contract there of 20,000 between people not meeting retention, this, that, and the other. It's one of the hardest things of managing a MEC. And I understand that, you're managing those companies where hard work. I know that. I think it then goes to, we've just heard we're going to change our sphere of influence of who we're going to train. I'm feeling a bit nervous. Or concerned, I think.
Rebecca?
I think concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that there have been multiple requests for information and each time that request has been provided, the data is incorrect. So to me, that suggests that there's some administrative issue going on within the organization.
Significant issue came about is that is my fault when I was sorting. I sorted every column other than socials. So that so when it was uploaded with socials to other people and corrected now. That went out Monday or Tuesday of this week, and they are working through that now.
So what I'm seeing and hearing by the sounds of it is there were issues with socials. We admit the mistake. We've made the changes. We're looking at about an 88% performance on this last contract. And then this one, we're looking at increasing our numbers of trainees quite considerably than what is in the proposal. It puts a bit of hesitation.
So, sorry. I feel much more comfortable and in alignment with approving this if we tabled this for right now until the next panel meeting or whenever you're ready to have these kind of final numbers in and then get the post-production rate up and then for us to consider it. So then we're looking at something that's more realistic of what you're pursuing in this, especially with the amount of the increase too. I really want to see like where those extra 1,000 workers are, from my perspective, where they fit in the wage ranges and getting the right training. So I want to be supportive, but I'm not comfortable with it today.
Yeah. I think getting a better picture of what that future training, this proposal is actually wanting to do with the right numbers and the right wage brackets and right average hours of training, et cetera, to make sure it's really solid. Is that what you're saying? I think I'm in the same place. I don't know, Madison. I can see you thinking.
And I'm in agreement. I concur. My concern is the upskilling, the retention issue, and then bringing in the other 1,000 people and meeting the need.
Retention, obviously, we can't do anything about. Was union labor brought in to do a specific task. They were with the company for 3 weeks and then they left. They would return to the union hall. There's nothing we'll ever be able to do that typically when contractor.
I think some of it is being upfront as you're providing that training, that these are the requirements in order to get this training given to you at no cost, or the agreement that you have is we know they need to be very transparent. They need to have this 90-day retention period. Otherwise, we can't fund it. It's the same as coming in for a single employee. That is what people are told. And I think it's really important that if you're providing that service to people, you're also clear, because otherwise someone's losing out on the fund in that way.
There's like a difference of kind of industry understanding. So with the union contractors, they have multiple signatory contractors, like they can move the workforce, the unionized workforce around, maintain the
But they need
health
to keep
benefits
them.
with the workforce. But in this case, you only have a select few of the signatory contractors. So when the worker in construction is working themselves out of the job because they built it, good job, great. Now it's time to move to the next one. They might not be moving necessarily with the same
Same
employer
company,
and
yeah.
contractor. They're
And
moving
it's
on to
being
the next
select
job.
about who you're
Exactly.
using and the length of time. I think it's being transparent as you're bringing those people in, that these are the requirements in order to get this training provided at no cost.
So I want to see this contract grow and be successful, but I'm going to be more comfortable with it if we can fine tune those numbers that you've put into the microphone today. I want to see it on paper. So I'd like to make a motion to table until a future panel meeting.
Okay. Second. So we have a motion to a table. Do we have any public comments on that?
No public comments online.
All right. So we will go to a vote for that motion.
Chris Dombrowski. Aye. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Bettencourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
And Madison Hill.
Aye.
All right. So the motion is adopted to table, but we do have Rick missing, and we will, because he abstained, we will get him back right now. Thank you. We could have kept him a bit longer. I'm sure he's disappeared for a little walk around. You know. He was probably taking a phone call. Almost done with your game? Oh, good. Sorry to interrupt.
Tab 21, Foundation for Grossmont and Cuyamaca Colleges has withdrawn from the April panel meeting, and the college plans to return to a future panel meeting. If you'll please turn to tab 22. We have a proposal from the Fullerton Chamber of Commerce, DBA North Orange County Chamber. They are repeat contractor requesting $531,114 to train a total of 654 retrainees across 2 job numbers. Training will take place at Fullerton Chamber of Commerce participating employers locations in Orange and Los Angeles counties. This would be the Fullerton Chamber of Commerce 3rd ETP contract and the 3rd in the last 5 years. Representatives from Fullerton Chamber of Commerce are present to address any questions from the panel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here today. My name is Andrew Gregson. I'm the President and CEO of North Orange County Chamber of Commerce, otherwise known as Fullerton Chamber of Commerce.
All right. Does anyone have any questions on this proposal?
Some issues with contract performance. Looking at some new information shared with me by staff, and it appears that the percentage of contract performance is likely at 68.4, or a final earned of 339,661 for the currently active contract. And so today we're being asked to approve an amount that far exceeds the initial active contract amount. Today we're being asked to approve 531,000. It almost feel, sir, like this might be a right-sized kind of issue that we might want to consider. But I'd like to hear more about what's going on.
Okay, we have the similar issue. Final invoices were issued last October. Are working through, there's information that fiscal has now that do not show up in your numbers because they haven't been completed yet, which should add about another 30,000 to the total that was approved.
So we all have the same data from staff. I am seeing a similar issue around incorrect data being received multiple times. I have two numbers in front of me, and one of them is if we have the trainees and remove any of those that are below minimum wage, where it currently stands without validation is at 68.4%. If the other amounts that are sitting with the extra 30,000 that you were talking about, if everything is accurate, it will bump it up over the 65%. It will bring it up to 85%, but we have not had the validation of that. And to me, we need that validation in order to ensure, considering we've had some issues with data entry, other things, incorrect information, before I would feel comfortable to award at 100% versus a right-sized amount based on those two numbers in front of me.
Almost lining up for possibly approving today a right-sized amount at the lower amount of the 68.4. So it would, for today, right-size the contract down to 300 and we'll say 40,000, like to round up just a little bit, or table it, get those additional data in, close out the contract more, bring it up more, and then consider it next month.
Right.
So it's a judgment call. Would you like to table and get some data in, or would you like to see what happens up here?
Big difference.
Okay, we'll take the lower number.
So you want to take the right-sized amount of at the 68.4% that currently sits? I'm just asking, which is $339,661.62 versus the amount that's being requested currently at $531,114. Coming back at another time to make sure.
With that 30,000, could we do a split?
What I have as validated data is sitting at 68.4, and we hold firm on that 75% until we have that validated data.
So if you're coming back next month, Larry, do you want to come back and
come for the full 500,000? Yeah, I mean, you could come back next if we have all that data and it's accurate and what I have in front of me that they need to validate. You could come back in at 531,000 because you're over the 75%. Current state is you're under the 75%, which means you're right sized to the amount that you currently have earned in your prior contract.
Okay, we'll come back.
Motion to table.
Motion to table, second.
Second.
Any public comment? Nope. So let's take a quick vote.
Chris Dombrowski. Aye. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Bettencourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Rick Smiles.
Aye.
Matthew Hill.
Aye. Hopefully see you next month.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next, we have tab 23, a proposal from Shasta Tehama Trinity Joint Community College District. They are a first-time contractor requesting $211,560 to train 95 trainees. Training will take place at the participating employers' worksites throughout California. Representatives from Shasta Tehama Trinity Joint Community College District are present to answer any questions.
Good morning.
Good morning, I think. Yes, my name is Jim Harrell. I am serving Shasta College as the Dean of Economic and Workforce Development. This proposal before you comes through our division. I don't know how many of you are familiar with where Shasta College is. Anybody been that far north? We represent a region of right around 10,000 square miles. And we are actively now pursuing and working with multiple businesses within that region to if you will, beef up business, beef up our partnership with them so that we can bring more high-paying jobs into the region. And for us at Shasta College, this is our initial proposal. We have worked with Butte College in the past. They've been a great partner. We plan to lean on them for direction as we move forward in this process, this being our first time. But we believe we have some very strong candidates, not only for this proposal, but for future proposals as we bring more to the table. So I'm here to answer any questions for you if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions?
Really glad to see you here today
Thank
for
you.
the first time. I would just recommend that as you're doing the outreach into the community, to share these different job opportunities and training programs, that you also keenly focus on attracting women into this, all these different occupation titles that is not typical yet. So it's important for women to see themselves in these lucrative occupations. So the image of them in the flyers would be helpful.
We currently have an apprenticeship program in logging. We have 2 female apprentices in it. So that is a focus of ours.
And this one is not funding any apprenticeship programs, correct?
No.
Any other questions?
Motion to approve Shasta Tehama Trinity Joint Community College District contract number ET 24-0333 in the amount of $211,560.
Second.
Thank you. Any public comment?
No public comments online?
None in the room, so we shall go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski?
Aye.
Mike Hill?
Aye.
Rebecca Bettencourt?
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom?
Aye.
Rick Smiles?
Aye.
Madison Hill?
Aye.
Thank you. We are all in favor, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
We'll now review proposals for ETP's agricultural initiative. If you'll please turn to tab 24. We have a proposal from Wonderful Pistachios and Almonds LLC, a repeat contractor requesting $298,701 to train a total of 333 retrainees across 2 job numbers. Training will take place at Wonderful Pistachios and Almonds LLC locations in Los Angeles, Fresno, and Kern counties. This would be Wonderful Pistachios and Almonds LLC's 4th ETP contract and the 4th in the last 5 years. Representatives from Wonderful Pistachios and Almonds LLC are present to answer any questions from the panel.
Hello, my name is Lola Ramirez. I am the area leader for employee training and development for Wonderful Pistachios and Almonds, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have about our proposal.
Any questions from the panel on this one?
I would like to focus on the wage ranges. And it appears that your post-retention wage for job number 2 is only at $17.31 an hour. And that's for your administrative support staff, and it goes up to 20. With this training, I'm just making a quick look. It's also applicable to your production workers, so 60 of them. How soon can we anticipate that their wages would be increased to the upper end of that wage range, closer to 20?
We are actually in the process of raising wages now.
Closer to 20?
Yes, closer to 20.
I have a question. It's a bit more of a, I'm going to say, organizational structure. So we see the wonderful name has come up in several panel packets recently. Can you help us understand I'm going to say the difference between each of these entities? So we've had yourselves, we had POM Wonderful, I'm going to say end of last year. We had Wonderful LLC with headquarters mid of last year. Are we all the same entity but coming in separately, or are we very much separate companies?
We are very much separate companies. We operate independently. We each have our own CEAN number. We each have our own president. We have our own processes and integrations that we have in the plant. We do not cross into the other businesses.
It's one of those ones that always makes me, as we look at entities and non-entities, it may be something we just have to bring up to start looking at policy.
Yeah.
But I feel like you're not the first, but it's very clear in the name. So sometimes the names are hidden. I'm going to say you see these different companies, or it's mentioned in it's very clear in the names. It just always is one of my kind of concerns of how do we handle these as they come in? I know this seems of the individual, but it may be something we want to consider. I don't know, looking at others, from a policy committee perspective.
Can we consider moving the post-retention wage for job number 2 from $17.31 an hour to $18.50 an hour? I'm anticipating that they're receiving this training. It's a 2-year contract, it's a significant amount. They're going to get the training. It feels like they are likely to get wage progression on it, but I really like to see that post-retention. at
Absolutely, that will happen. We believe in internal growth. We promote from within and hire the lower ends. And we actually have a whole program around internal promotion.
So that's going to be part of my motion, is to move the post retention wage of job number 2 up to $18.50.
Okay.
Job 2, are we allowed to have the 250 and?
Yes, but I highly encourage you to provide excellent healthcare.
All right, any other questions? Right, I think they're waiting on you, Gretchen.
Sorry, I was doing a quick
I could see
calculation
you
in
were
my head.
thinking and
can
you were
see me
doing
like-
something, and I was like, I know they're waiting on you.
Okay, motion to approve Wonderful Pistachios and Almonds LLC in an ETP funding amount of $298,701, with the understanding that under job number 2, the post-retention wage will move from $17.31 an hour up to $18.50, and the allowance of using the healthcare benefit.
Second.
Thank you. Any public comments?
No public comments online.
All right,
Panel
so
member Newsom, could we get a clarification on the value of the health benefits in the?
So that's honestly what I was trying to quickly calculate in my head, and why I paused.
you should have told us to wait so you could get it right.
So
wonderful
would you anticipate using the full allowance of the 250 to reach? Okay, hold on. Math is not my foray when I'm uncaffeinated, just to make you all aware of that. Minus 250. Okay, so then you're using, gonna put a pin in my motion. You're using the healthcare balance for the first job to reach the post-retention wage of $23.15 an hour. And so if you take the 250 out, then that lowers you down to $20.65 an hour. So then if you're gonna use the full amount and I add the 250 in, so then the post-retention wage in my feeling good component for job number 2 would instead be $19.81. I'd be willing to go $19.50. I like round numbers. Is that okay? Okay, I'm gonna redo my
Absolutely.
motion, Michael. I
Can
strike
you
my other motion.
revoke the first one?
Revoke the first one.
Begs clarification for
Oh,
sure.
good Lord.
Why don't you go ahead and just clarify your motion?
I'm gonna clarify
second
my
on that.
motion because I used wrong numbers.
Because I
Okay.
rushed it. That's all right.
And it really is a clarification because I think you were going down that path already. It was
Yeah.
Just with the question, let's just clarify that part. So
I
it
just
it
got
really is
my number
consistent
wrong.
with your original
It is
motion.
consistent. Okay. Clarifying my motion, I wish to make a motion to approve Wonderful Pistachios and Almonds LLC in an ETP funding amount of $298,701, with the caveat that we are moving the post-retention wage of job number 2 from $17.31 an hour up to $19.50 an hour, with the allowance that they can use the full amount of the healthcare benefit of $250.
Second as clarified.
Thank you. Any comments from the public on that adjusted motion?
No public comments.
All right, so we will get to vote.
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Rick Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hugh.
Aye.
All righty, so that motion is adopted.
Thank you very much. And Gretchen, we do have a really great medical, or actually benefits for all.
Hello again, panel members. Let's turn to tab 25. This is an agricultural initiative training proposal for J.G. Boswell Company. It's a priority industry and not a repeat contractor. Total ETP funding being requested today is for $587,972 to train an estimated number of trainees of 464 under Job 1 HUA retrainee and 117 under Job 2 seasonal set HUA retrainees. Training will be delivered at its locations in Cochrane, Bakersfield, Button Willow, and Exeter. As again, this will be the first ETP contract if approved. Here today to answering your questions are the company rep and its subcontractor, National Training Company.
Good morning. My name is Gladys Watring. I'm the VP of HR for JG Boswell Company. Thank you for the opportunity and having me here today.
Bill Sachs with National Training.
Any questions?
You're not using a healthcare benefit to reach your post-retention wage of that. So there's a difference of theirs, but you are providing healthcare.
Yes, we are.
Thank you very much. Would you be willing to move the post-retention wage up to 18 an hour? It's just a small little. They're going to receive this training. Yeah, thank you.
We could.
Okay.
Any other questions on this proposal?
A lot of productive lab training of $23 an hour. Can you talk to us a little bit more about the use of productive lab?
Sure. So we are based in Corcoran in Kings County. We are, if you don't know Corcoran, I'm not insulted. We're about an hour south of Fresno. So recruitment is difficult for us. So we do train within. Productive lab hours would include on-the-job training for Class A truck drivers that we take from farm labor or general labor. And if they're willing to be trained, we pay for training certification and they go into Class A. Same into our production facilities. We have the trainee program. Wages increase every 6 months based on training. We do electrical controls, production. So it's very formal, but it's an excellent program.
I think the productive lab component is what we're really looking for, is the piece where you're saying you have approximately 125 equipment operators and maintenance engineers, where you're saying that because equipment's too large to go into the classroom, they have to be in the field to operate it, to understand. Can you give us a bit more details on that, of how you're doing that and the use of productive lab there?
Sure. So it would depend on the job, right? There's several jobs within the group. An example I mentioned would be like a Class A driver. So if you're not a Class A driver and you're wanting to go into that job, higher paying job, we will train you. So you're obviously not going to have a Class A license. So we'll start there. You'll start as a trainee. You'll get all your training hours practicing on our facilities with a trainer. And then slowly work your way up to being able to take the test, being able to get certified, and then becoming a Class A driver within 6 months. That would be one. Forklift trainers, we do on-the-job training as well. No experience necessary to do many of our different forklift area in the facility. Same, you come, you do kind of the manual book training right first, and then it would be on the job practice and then training.
I listened to this. I'm not 100% if all of it classifies under productive lab. I'm looking kind of at these as around the definition. I understand the forklift side of it. Are they working alongside? So you've taken a team member off the floor. So your costs are reduced. Basically, your cost per whatever we're making, moving, growing is reducing because of the fact, or it's increasing actually, because you've got someone off the floor and someone else being trained at the same time.
Yes.
I know how we train forklift drivers, and we do that. We put our trainee on the forklift. Their trainer sits with them. So it's costing me 2 people to do the job of 1 person, and they're not as efficient. So it's actually costing me more. I'm not sure how the Class A, unless your instructors are actually.
The instructors are there.
Are they your employees who are they still doing the job as they're doing it? Because if you're just learning to drive a truck, that's not necessarily doing the true job. Does that make sense?
Correct. So they will have an experienced driver with them, certified Class A driver who's also our trainer, and they are moving equipment. They are actually doing work. So they're maybe I misspoke when I said they're driving on our facilities, but with someone.
Anyone else have thoughts? Kellen, you were going to say something, I think.
I'm just gonna clarify or comment on the simulated lab aspect of
Yeah.
what I'm hearing compared to the productive lab.
Feels a bit like simulated in some ways than productive. I don't know.
Right. Productive lab really should be for something going to the market, like
Mhm.
actually working on the job. So that's traditionally how it was used. So creating a product.
Creating a
right?
product.
And that's why
Creating a
we like to
product,
limit it so that we're not letting them do too much of making their own widget or whatever.
Yeah.
Is there a lower amount that you?
Can I
feel-
add something to this? The way we're interpreting it is if somebody's demonstrating, showing, that's not productive lab. So the instructor is going to show them how to use the forklift. That's good. Now you try to use the forklift. We're still in demonstration. Now pick up boxes and put them in the truck and the truck goes to the customer. That's productive lab because they're being productive. They're moving the boxes that are being sold into the truck. That's one example that they use.
Yeah, I don't think it classes under the driving of the truck. I get it on the forklift training,
I'm talking
100%.
forklift, yeah.
Yeah, forklift, 100%. Truck driving, I'm not sure
Right. We're just more accustomed to understanding that the productive lab component is the worker manufacturing or creating a product that then the employer is going to benefit from through profit. And this is a little bit of a different concept.
Well, it's a product or a service. In
It's
this
our
case, it's
tractors,
service.
Right.
Tractor
You know,
trailers.
They're not, yeah.
I don't know 100%.
I think it really would depend on if they're doing this training while in the field versus like in a simulated incident. I think that's where the
They are doing it
clarification.
They are doing it in the field.
But I'm not sure the driver training,
Uh-huh.
just like forklift instruction, like to learn to drive that forklift is not productive lab. That's more that classroom simulated based lab. I would almost say that the Class A license, I was going to say Class A action there. The Class A license training is more of that simulated lab classroom, like forklift is, because forklift training has never been classed as productive lab that I know of in a contract. But then once they're learning once they're certified and they're then out on the job and learning to lift and pick and move, and there's a trainer next to them, that is much more productive lab. So I think I'm not as comfortable about the Class A. Are there any other examples of productive lab? Just so we can make sure it's feeling strong. Does that make sense?
So we have apprenticeship programs. I mentioned the maintenance trainees, mechanics. We hire someone with zero experience and train them all in-house. So they will do on-the-job training from day one, have zero experience with industrial maintenance mechanics or electricians. And we will train them. Reviews happen every 90 days with progressive wage increases.
Can I check two things on apprenticeship? I don't see it in here. And is it a DAS register? Because is it more of a trainee program, not a registered apprenticeship program?
Apprenticeship
Correct,
program. It's not a
in-house.
formal
So it's
apprenticeship.
more of a trainee style program. I would use that language. Because otherwise someone's going to tell me that's apprenticeship funds and
Yep,
not.
exactly. And it's not.
Yeah, and
so
it's not.
putting
So it's an
there-
in-house training program. That's okay.
Just to clarify too, the forklift certification comes under the non-PL
Yeah,
manufacturing
that's what
skills.
it's
So that's.
Right.
And the
but
Class
Under
A,
PL productive lab manufacturing skills, bulldozer operation, electrical systems, equipment cross-training, equipment maintenance, harvester operation, irrigation technology, standard operating procedure, and tractor operation. It's really getting into the operation of the mobile vehicles that's kind of triggering this discussion.
Well, it's kind of like, again, if I demonstrate and we show you how to use a bulldozer, I'm going to show you, we're going to play with it, that's fine. Now move that dirt from here over to there.
Yeah.
So they're producing services for the company. Would it help if we brought the productive lab down?
I think so, either the number or the number of hours, or both maybe. How are we feeling?
Probably the number of hours, bringing it down to, I'd say 15.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just to clarify, you're speaking to changing the post-retention wage for both job numbers, right?
Yes,
Okay.
there's that. And then the productive lab hours, being allowed 15 hours. Gonna be a fun motion.
This is. Are we having to, do we need some calculations from staff?
No.
Let them know if you don't.
No, I don't think so, because I think you're gonna reach the full amount, even lowering the productive lab amount, you're gonna
Use it somewhere else, yeah.
The only other thing I really wanted to bring up was that your application is absent of addressing the worker voice issue that has been a part of this pilot program. So if you can talk to me a little bit about how you empower your workforce so that they have a proper say in their training, their wage progression, their quality of life on the job site.
Of course. So we have like everybody will answer, the open door policy, right? We are truly an open door policy communicative organization, but we also have a confidential employee hotline. Anybody can call, email, any language, and do an anonymous call or with use their own name. Anything brought to HR is always looked into and followed up on.
Ready to go. Okay. Motion to approve J.G. Boswell Company an ETP funding amount of $587,972 with the caveat that we are moving the post-retention wage for jobs number 1 and 2 from $17.72 an hour to $18 an hour. And we are reducing the productive lab allowance per employee down to 15 hours.
Second.
All right, didn't even have to ask for that second. Any public comment?
No public comments online.
Right, so we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Rick Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye.
All right, so all of us were in favor, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have tab 26, an ETP agricultural initiative proposal from Vino Farms, Inc. They are a repeat contractor requesting $230,000 to train 250 trainees. Training will take place at Vino Farms' 5 locations in Lodi, Healdsburg, Napa, Los Alamos, and San Miguel. A representative from Vino Farms is present to answer any questions.
Good morning. My name is Veronica Natera, and I'm here representing Vino Farms. Thank you so much for your consideration of our request.
All right, does anyone have questions?
So I do. This is gonna get a little uncomfortable.
Okay.
Okay. So it was shared with me that in 2021, a class action lawsuit was brought against Vino Farms for failing to pay farm workers for the hours worked, including overtime, failing to allow meal and rest breaks, and requiring workers to buy tools without compensating them. This class action lawsuit occurred during one of Vino Farms' previous ETP contracts. This is a very bad optics issue. In June of 2023, Vino Farms agreed to settle this lawsuit and pay $1.4 million. In addition, in April of 2023, about 100 farm workers protested at a Vino Farms location, stating the company uses synthetic sprays such as Roundup, prohibits water breaks during the hottest and busiest times of the harvest, uses temporary agricultural workers to illegally replace longtime field employees, and has retaliated against workers who point out these issues. And in 2022, Vino Farms was penalized by the U.S. Department of Labor for giving preferential treatment to temporary agricultural workers, as cited by the Press Democrat article from title was Vino Farms to pay $1.4 million to settle lawsuit over worker pay breaks. This creates a very big, uncomfortable issue for me. We're some of the biggest advocates of worker rights and treating the worker with fairness and respect, and including a very healthy workplace environment for them. The evidence that I have seen and read about does not make me comfortable with approving today's request. But I'd like to hear from you as to how this has been rectified and hear your perspective.
Absolutely. I appreciate your candidness, and I will speak to all of those points. I will ask that you also completely hear everything I have to say. As you mentioned, you are citing one source for all of that information, okay? So first off, Vino Farms is very confident in their pay practices, our policies, and we also took the time to review time cards when they were requested during this PAGA lawsuit. Not sure how many of you are aware of what PAGA is, but it is basically a method that employees can file a wage and hour lawsuit against a company and on behalf of other similarly situated employees. This took place, as you mentioned, in 2021, and we engaged with their counsel. We, as mentioned, we're very confident with our pay practices, and we do not feel that we violated any wage and hour issue. I believe the article also alluded to that, and the plaintiff's attorney commented on that as well, that there was no finding that we had done anything, Vino Farms had done anything wrong based on the allegations in the lawsuit. And it was clearly just a settlement agreement. Vino Farms chose to, at that time, to forego any future litigation, the time and the cost and the disruption to the business. So we agreed to settle at that time. Okay, it is very important to Vino Farms to take care of employees as well. I am their human resources director, and by position, that is my responsibility, is making sure that they're aware of their rights and knowing what to do in the event that those rights are violated. Okay, so then we also have been in business for a little over 40 years now. I think a company who's been in business for over 40 years cannot do so if they're not treating their employees properly or paying them as needed. We have several employees that have been with Vino Farms upwards of 20, 25, 30, some 35 years, and retiring from Vino Farms as well after having such a long tenure. So I think that speaks to our treatment of employees as well. Do you have further questions? Or can I elaborate on anything else?
If you could elaborate as to if you're saying that the issues were fixed and you're also saying that there wasn't nothing done wrong, but there was a settlement of $1.4 million. I'm curious as to, it seems to be that there continues to be labor unrest with the reference to the April 2023 protest by 100 farm workers at Vino Farms.
Okay.
Which is very recent. I mean, we're 2024, so that's last year.
So that protest, I do want to make sure and make clear that that was, as far as we know and could recognize, not one of Vino Farms' employees was involved in that. That was a totally different group. And they were—
I'm sorry, so farm workers from another farm came over to Vino Farms and said, we're protesting Vino Farms even though we don't work here?
Farm workers with a organization came to protest at Vino Farms. They were not Vino Farms employees.
About the conditions at Vino Farms?
Correct.
And the Roundup accusation?
Correct.
And the
Correct.
prohibition of water breaks? Okay.
Correct. Now, with the Roundup, I do want to make sure we all understand that that is that is legal to use in California and in the United States. So.
I have a comment.
Just because it's legal doesn't make it right.
I'm not saying that it is right or wrong. I'm saying that we're well within our ability to apply that, okay? I'm not saying that we apply it excessively. I think if you look at the article, you will see that there were a lot of allegations made. I don't believe that the data was accurate.
Well, my perspective, and I represent workers, I listen to the workers. So what I'm going to say right time.
Yeah, to me, there's something going on here. And when I hear about this, it's a leadership issue. I'm wondering if there's been any changes to leadership to correct this potential problem going in the future.
So as far as leadership, I can wholeheartedly explain that we have a great management team. They, I would say we've had some people who have retired and we have brought in a great leadership team as far as management and vineyard managers for us. And feel confident in our training processes so that they are treating employees properly. They're doing what's expected and we're following the guidelines with regards to any wage and hour rules, any pesticide application, anything like that. We are now keeping track of all of the inspections that take place at Vino Farms in any one of our locations. And over the last, I believe, 32, going back to about 2020, we have passed every pesticide inspection that has been done. We have had Cal OSHA come out as well, based on complaint that we were, we're never privy to who made that complaint or anything, with a no violation finding as well.
I want to touch on something you brought up about the awareness within the managers. Was there, I'm going to use the wage and hour side because I think that's sometimes one of the most topical and it's happening all over. After that all came out, I'm going to ask what the action plans were with your leaders or even your team members as it came to educating around rights, wage and hour laws. Were things done there to help, I'm going to say, ensure it not happening again, or an awareness within leaders?
Yes, we took the time to train all supervisors, managers, took the time to have discussions with them to make sure they understood what the wage and hour rules were. And, we've touched on that training subject several times since then. And then we also took the time to go out to employees and explain to them what the timekeeping practice for them should be as well, with regards to clocking in appropriately and clocking out appropriately, making sure that they're taking their lunch breaks at what time and what have you, and implemented a policy that they all acknowledge and understand and abide by now.
And was it more of I'm going to call it a one and done, or is there a continual,
There is
I'm
a
going to say focus?
continual focus on that. Absolutely. Yes.
So I have trouble bridging the gap between the earlier statement of Vino Farms as no fault, but also with the choice to settle. So there's a gap even and this is the first time I'm hearing of this case and some of the statements. So can you expand on the no fault of Vino Farms, but also changing the culture?
Yeah, so we did not see any evidence that there were any wage and hour rules that were violated, okay? Based on, the attorney that we worked with us, they also had an obligation to look over the records that were turned over. And there was no fine. I mean, if you look at the article, it says the plaintiff attorney also stated, and I have the article, if you want me to, I could read it to you. A very, very significant risk factor the plaintiff's attorneys wrote in their settlement proposal was that, in quotes, there is no evidence that a court or commissioner had informed the defendant that its conduct violated the labor code. So again, you've got a PAGA lawsuit. Those can run millions and millions of dollars if you take the time to go through the whole process with attorney's fees, times, interruption to business. And Vino Farms made the best business decision at that time. They wanted to be able to settle that and be able to focus on doing the business that they do best and treating our employees to the best that we can.
Any other questions on this line?
No questions. I have a motion.
I also have a question on current performance or current contract. So I'm looking at some data that's in front of me. Your current contract, or the term expired the end of January. I'm seeing a billed amount currently at 74.08%. So with that, I would not even be comfortable at 100% funding. It needs to be right-sized if this goes ahead, because I see it at 74.08. And so contracts under 75% performance are generally like right size to where they achieved in their prior contract. I don't know if you have more invoices to submit. Again, there are two options here, but like we had earlier, if you have more invoices to submit, you can submit, come back at a later date and have your performance higher and be able to potentially get this award, or look at, if approved, at the 74.0%, which I believe is $232,060.71.
Madam Chair, we did right size this
We did
project
right
to
size already, so it's already right
230,000
size
based
for
on
that.
potential earnings.
Yeah, so up to you. We could let you come back after you have got the rest of the, if there are more invoices, or you want to right size if we go ahead and approve. Okay.
I'd agree to right sizing.
Okay.
If I get a second, motion to deny.
Second.
Alrighty, any public comments?
No public comments online.
I get a vote.
Chris Dombrowski? Mike Hill?
Aye.
Rebecca Bettencourt?
I'm actually going to abstain.
Gretchen Newsom?
Aye to deny.
Rick Smiles?
Aye to deny.
Madison Hewell?
Aye to deny.
So on the quorum, I hear a denial on the quorum of this, so this proposal is denied.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will round out the proposals for the day, the final agriculture project being presented to you today. If you could please turn to tab 27, you'll see a proposal for Ryder Brothers, Inc. They are requesting $322,230 in funding to serve 57 retrainees and 410 seasonal workers. I do want to call your attention, there is a typo on page 2 of the proposal in the training plan table. The post-retention wage in job number 1 is cited as $20.05 per hour. That should be $22.55 per hour, as is also indicated in the minimum wage by county table just below that. I do apologize for that typo. Here representing Ryder Brothers is Marilyn Peak, Learning and Development Business Partner for California Operations.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Marilyn Peak, representing Ryder Brothers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, does the panel have questions?
A question for staff too. Did the wages move at all for job number 2?
No, so you'll notice that we are utilizing up to $250 in health benefits for the wage 1. So the $20.05 that you're seeing is the base wage, the lowest base wage for job 1. And we just forgot to update that accordingly in the chart. So there is no change to the nature of the proposal. The wages were always intended to be $22.55. It was a typo on our end.
The 2255 or 22?
Yeah, $22.55.
Make that into the motion. Can you talk to me a little bit about the wage progression for job number 2? Or I'm sorry, do you want to present more information? Say anything first?
Yes, so Ryder Brothers is proud to have development efforts in order to provide our frontline with those skills that can help generate a pipeline of talent. I am personally responsible for those development efforts on behalf of Ryder Brothers, Inc. And the objective is to promote from within. So from the crew leader to foreman to ranch manager, generating that pipeline and providing those opportunities. I would also like to mention that we do include the health benefits, but something that Ryder does take a lot of pride in is providing free health clinic services to all of our employees since day 1 of employment.
Similar to what we did previously, because you were still here for this, under JG Boswell, we moved the post-retention wage up to 18 an hour for the second job classification. Would you be willing to accept that? They're going to receive training and we can anticipate that their wage progression will occur. And then the post-retention wage would be 18 an hour.
Some of our
If I may, panel member Newsome, we did not include health benefits in job two because the post-retention wage for job two is $16.91. When the wages were submitted to ETP, the wages were above that. So we did not go down to the basement, which is technically allowable under program rules. Understanding that you are requesting a wage increase, would we also then be able to include health benefits for job two as well to help potentially make up the gap for those folks in job two?
But then you're not really moving the wages that much.
We do provide annual increases for employees, and something else that on the application, we just noted the base salary. We do provide incentive pay for the employees that would be in the training program.
Can you talk to me a little bit more about that? What does that incentive pay look like?
It depends on various factors. So it be the quality of the fruit that is produced, the rejects, and ensuring that they meet QA standards. They also are tied into our incentive pay, whether when it comes to piece rate for the crew or the group.
Is their baseline pay at least the minimum post-contractual wage of $17 an hour, and then they
Yes.
receive, okay.
Yes, yeah, these are the base wages. There were some conversations around potentially including bonuses, but again, because the base wages for job two were above the basement wage allowable under the program, we decided not to include those.
And a rest.
I need clarification from staff because I think I'm having a moment, but I don't think I'm having a moment, but I might be. So it says repeat contractor, and this is the second, but I don't see it in the packet, but the data in front of me shows that they had just had a contract, correct?
The Ryder Brothers Inc. is a part of the Ryder affiliated companies, and I will most certainly defer to Marilyn to speak to the makeup of their organization.
So is that current one that expired on?
The current one was approved earlier this year.
Yeah.
Each of the entities, as I understand, are grower owned and operated. We do have restrictions within ETP around affiliates. However, we have seen other projects move forward similarly. So what we did during the development of this project is we ensured that the prior project and this project are within the single employer cap for agriculture, for the agriculture initiative. So we were very intentional in ensuring that we were not giving them more money
That's
than
why I'm
other
not seeing the
companies.
current one in here, but I have it in front of me.
Yeah, and
in a
so
different form.
to clarify, Chair Betancourt, technically this is not a repeat contractor. Technically they
But
are
that
a
piece
first
is
timer.
not a repeat, it's the first time. It goes to
Yeah.
exactly what we were talking about.
That's
That's wonderful. And some of the others, I think that's a policy committee thing that we probably need to add sooner than later to the agendas on that one. Because that's just caused me to go, what, which way are we going? So, yeah.
Correct. Our original application had all 5 entities, but we were guided that based on the number of allowed entities. So we ended up dividing it by zone. So thank you to Heather and her team for that support.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, any further questions? Oh, so do we have a motion?
Motion to approve Ryder Brothers Inc. and an ETP funding amount of $322,230.
Thank you.
Thank you. And any public comments?
No public comments online.
None in the room, so we will move to vote.
Kristen Brusky. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsome.
Aye, but there's staff questions.
We thought you were making a clarification regarding one of the job number wages, and
I
we're wondering
backed
whether or
off.
not it should have been in the
Backed off.
motion. That's what the
I
chat was
backed
about.
off
Thank you.
at one chance.
Did I continue or start
You
over?
may continue. She backed
Okay.
off, so we're okay. Okay.
Gretchen Newsome.
Aye.
Rick
Aye.
Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye.
All right, so we're all in favor, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Heather.
Alrighty, tab 28 is an amendment from Asher Biotherapeutics, Inc. This request is to reduce the post-retention wage in jobs 1 and 2 from $80 to $32. A representative from Asher Biotherapeutics is present to answer any questions.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Brent Lamb. I am the HR manager at Asher Biotherapeutics. We're a biotech company based out of South San Francisco, focusing in cis-targeted immunotherapies. Today, we're requesting an amendment to our original proposal to $32 to lower the post-retention wage. By doing this, it really allows us to provide more access to our training to our entry-level employees. Currently, our hours are at a total of 59 hours, and we do have some unsubmitted hours as well with those employees who are with the approval of the amendment that would be added to the total hours there. Happy to address any questions.
Any questions?
A little bit more clarification on how you go for scientists and engineers from stating $85 an hour down to $39 an hour. What's going on there and what can I expect? Is my phone going to start buzzing with engineers and scientists?
No. So the reason why we're requesting an amendment was due to a clerical error. When we first submitted, we were under the assumption that it was a average of the wages instead of the minimum. So when we do take the average, it is that high, but when we do minimum, it is a lot lower just due to some of the associate scientists that we have in our organization.
So we're still seeing though, for the scientists and the engineers, that the actual wage range is $39.74 to $120. And you're lowering down the post-retention wage to $32 an hour to cover the operations staff. But their wage range is $32 to $115 an hour. So talk to me about how those folks are going to progress in their wages, because I'm sure all of them are going to want to reach $115 an hour.
Yeah, so our training is actually connected to our career ladder as well. So we have specific trainings that are within each levels, and we ask that our employees do take those courses. And as they progress through, they kind of reach that higher end is only a few employees in the kind of upper levels of their roles. And then the entry levels can kind of progress through the leveling there.
I just have a question. How has the training changed from your initial proposal as we're adjusting the types of people going through training? Because obviously if we're paying a higher wage, it may be different training than those that we are. How's the training proposal changed? Has that context changed, et cetera?
So we've always offered a wide variety of training throughout kind of all the levels, just because we believe that even people who are seniors sometimes don't have basic skills. So we give it to them. So the training will pretty much stay the same for entry levels as well, because it's been so varied already since the beginning.
Okay. Any other questions from the panel? Oh, she's like,
the first time I ever make a motion like this to lower wages.
And she's on record to do it.
Very uncomfortable.
You don't have to. Rick can do it if you want.
Please.
Or Madison or Mike.
Okay, here we go. We'll tackle this one. Okay, motion to approve Asher Biotherapeutics, Inc., contract number ET 24-0154. Current funding amount of $73.62 to reduce their post-retention wage to $32.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any public comments?
No public comments online.
All right, so we have no public comments. We'll go to the votes.
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Rick Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hugh.
Aye.
And the motion is adopted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alrighty, thank you, panel. Tab 29 is an amendment from CytomX Therapeutics, Inc. This request is to reduce the post-retention wage from $75 to $40 in job number 1 and from $75 to $38 in job number 2. Representatives from CytomX Therapeutics are present to answer any questions.
Hi, my name is Samantha Wong, and I am the Human Resources Manager for CytomX Therapeutics. This is my colleague, Lindsay Yamamoto, our Executive Director of Human Resources. We appreciate your time and consideration for the amendment in our application. I would like to provide a quick background on CytomX Therapeutics, we are headquartered in South San Francisco and a leading clinical stage biopharmaceutical company specializing in multiple pro-body therapeutics in the clinical and preclinical research phases in hopes of bringing a new generation of cancer treatments to patients. We believe the continuous training of our employees is critical to the success of bringing safe and effective cancer therapies to patients and are committed to providing our employees the opportunities to develop their skills. We are requesting the amendment to decrease our $75 per hour eligibility threshold for jobs 1 and 2 to $40 per hour and $38 per hour respectively. If we are granted these lower hourly rates, this would allow a significant number of our employees to participate in the program who are currently excluded. We're happy to answer any questions the panel may have.
Any questions from panel?
She's wincing. It's okay. I'm done.
Sure. I think I just have the same question of the previous is like, how have your training plans changed or not changed based on the initial proposal, especially as we're looking here about starting wages? Is it you just having more new hires coming in? What's changed in the proposal, if anything?
Our training plan has not changed and has never changed from the beginning of the application itself. We intended to capture entry and junior level employees and of course, provide training opportunities to develop their skills. So this was our oversight.
All right. Any further questions or do I hear a motion?
Motion to amend contract number ET 23-0353, the amount of $105,800 to a post-retention wage of $40 for job number 1 and $38 for job creation number 2.
Second.
Thank you. Any public comments?
No public comments online.
Thank you. So we will go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski,
Aye.
Mike Hill,
Aye.
Rebecca Bancourt,
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom,
Aye.
Rick Smiles,
Aye.
Madison Q.
Aye. All right. So we're in favor, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tab 30 is an amendment from Porterville Adult School. This request creates a new retraining job number 2 and shifts $249,936 from their existing new hire job number 1 to the new retraining job number 2. A representative from Porterville Adult School is present to answer any questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Larry Ann Torres. I'm Director of Porterville Adult School, part of the Current Adult Education Consortium, but in Tulare County. So happy to answer any questions for you today.
Questions?
Would you like to put into the record any wage clarifications?
Yes, I would. So this, of course, this contract was created earlier. The wage for medical assistants is now at $21. And in the next 3 years, we'll start seeing that wage get up to the $25 hour for medical assistant. Currently for the certified nurse assistant, it's between $18.75 and $20. That's what our current care facilities are paying for the certified nurse assistant.
Just to clarify though, your wage range for a certified nursing assistant for what I'm seeing is $20 to $25
Right,
an hour.
and I'd be comfortable with 20 at that because that is really where the wage is right now.
Okay, and then for the medical assistants, your actual wage range is 21 and up. Okay, got it. But you're still seeking a post-retention wage modification for job number 2 down to $17 an hour. Is that what?
No,
I don't think we
no.
need, we don't need.
Yeah,
to go
we
down
don't need to go
You
down.
don't need
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Any other questions? I will just say, I commend you for coming forward with the change of direction earlier than later.
Yes.
In the proposal so that we can be successful in this. I do really applaud that because people sometimes leave it a bit late or aren't always until we're halfway
actually
through.
brought this almost 6 months ago. Part of this is my fault. This is my first MEC and I have done a lot of learning, okay? So part of it is on me.
Well, but I appreciate
will
it
just
coming up
say
now
though-
when it was awarded probably somewhere in the summer of last year. So I still appreciate it coming forward to us and being transparent and honest about this. I think sometimes things get hidden and we appreciate the honesty and the transparency on it.
No, thank you. And although this was my, one of my first proposals being back as the director of Porterville Adult School, I was a prior awardee when I was director of Tulare Adult School. And so it is very important that we are very successful in these, so.
Kennett General Counsel, can I make a motion to simply approve the amendment as stated in the agenda?
Yes.
And I so did.
That would be, there we go.
Sorry, did I miss that second of the shoe motion dip? I did, didn't I? So we had Rick, you seconded it for me. Okay. So do we have public comment? It's getting to that time.
No public comments online.
No
Can I
public comments
clarify
online.
something? I noticed the amount looks like it's changing slightly. Is that true? From 564, 620 to 564 to 510?
That is correct. With the amendment, the funding has decreased by $110.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on
Want to
that.
make sure, yeah. Good. Okay, so no public comments. Let's go to vote.
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Rick Smiles.
Aye.
Madison Hill.
Aye.
Right, so the motion is adopted.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much. I
guys.
appreciate it.
All right, I am now looking at time and I think we're all kind of getting to that hunger phase before presentations. I need to make a check. Can we get through them in 30 minutes, correct? Do I have a 30-minute window before we have to take a lunch break? I'm asking you guys. I'm looking at you guys. I'm not.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I mean, technically, we should definitely take a lunch break before 1 p.m. My understanding as far as all of the presentations coming forward, one of them is going to be about 25 to 30 minutes long. The other one probably 10 minutes long. The other one probably another 10 minutes.
So
So
we will not make it by 1 o'clock is what
we
you're
wouldn't-
telling me?
we would not make 1 o'clock with all of the presentations.
Correct. So I think we have to take a lunch break. I think it'd be good to get through them after lunch rather than move them because we're not like at 3 o'clock where we thought we might be after proposals. So I'm going to say it is 12:26, 12:27. I'm going to call it 12:30 back here at 1:15.
Sounds
Yeah.
perfect.
Oh, good. Okay, so we will reconvene at 1:15.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Okay. I am going to call us back to order after lunch. I feel like we've really weeded out the room. Maybe that's what we need to do to kind of get us through quickly the last parts. I don't know. So we are now going to move into presentations, I believe. And I think we're starting with Jaime.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. And mine also does have an action item connected to it. We will need to make sure that we take action on the information being provided.
You mean we have to pay attention?
It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you had
Although
a
I-
post-lunch nap. and-
Yeah, but I do think you'll like the information, so
Okay.
it's good. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide some information around the employment training panel's funding strategies for the next fiscal year 24-25. Today, we're going to talk about the funding caps, the reimbursement rates, the moratorium, and funding allocations. Again, this is all for going into effect fiscal year 24-25, which is starting July 1 of 24. Next slide, please. I believe you all have the slide information in front of you. Hopefully you're able to see it. Slide. Or I can talk through. Okay, so as I mentioned, this is for next fiscal year. It includes all of the items I just mentioned as well. This presentation does not include at this time any alternative funds, so we do not have any general fund that's currently dedicated or assigned to the employment training panel. So it is just for what we call our core ETF funding or employment training tax funding. Away. Okay, sorry about the technical difficulties. The reimbursement rate is the first item up. So real quick, as you can see from the chart in front of you, the reimbursement rate has not changed over the last 5 years. In fiscal year 2019, it was set at $9 for computer-based training, apprenticeships $18, non-priority industries $20, and retraining or priority industries $23. The only change that was made after that year was actually to reduce the apprenticeship from 18 to 16, and it has been 9, 16, 20, and 23 since then. We are requesting that the reimbursement rate be increased. We wanted to share with you the reasons why and obviously what we're recommending. We are recommending an increase, as you can see on there, of it's broken into the actual dollar and cents on there, but we're recommending an actual dollar amount. We're recommending an increase to $11 for computer-based training, $22 for apprenticeships, $24 for non-priority industry, and $28 for retraining or priority industry. What we did to try and figure out some kind of formula to increase is we looked at the inflation rate, California's inflation rate over the last 5 years. We added those together and came up with the 21.67%. That's California's inflation rate over the last 5 years. And we multiplied that against the 2019 numbers and came up with the increase. That's how we came up with these numbers, and this is our recommendation, just looking at and using the inflation rate over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. Project caps is the next one on the agenda. Obviously, as reimbursement rates go up, it does mean that the number of participants can potentially go down because you're now getting paid more for each of the trainees. So we did identify and look at increasing each of the project caps as well. So what you're looking at is single employer contracts went up from 500 to 600. Critical proposals went up from 750 to 850. Multiple employer contracts went up from 750 to 850, and apprenticeship proposals went up from 500 to 600. So it was an $100,000 increase in each of those project caps. Next slide. Funding allocations. Again, we wanted to provide some information and analysis around what changes we were recommending for the funding allocations. So what you have here is the way the funding allocation was set up for this fiscal year, 23-24. As you can see, the percentage there was identified for each single employer, small business, critical proposal, multiple employers, and apprenticeships. And then the dollar amount based on the contracting dollars that we had available for this fiscal year, which is $91,144,000. What we looked at and what we found as part of that is that we weren't actually meeting all of the demand in some of those categories. And in fact, the demand has not been there for small businesses and critical proposals. Therefore, we're recommending a slight change and are recommending a decrease in the percentage for small business and critical proposals from 6.25% in each to 5% in each. As you can see, the dollar amount is still fairly significant for each, but it does reduce the total overall. And what we looked at is where the majority of the demand is. The majority of the demand seems to be in single employer contracts, so we wanted to increase that to 40%. So we took a little bit of money from small business critical proposals and increase the single employer contracts to balance everything out. Our projected total amount of contracting capacity, we are projecting based on the collection so far, we're projecting it to be about $95 million. So that's why you have the $94,997,000 right there. We are also asking that you please not transfer, but move forward into this fiscal year an additional $5.5 million in set funding to be used towards the ag initiative. If you recall, the panel approved $10 million from set funding to go towards the ag initiative in this fiscal year. What we have found is the demand hasn't quite been there to expend all of those $10 million in this fiscal year. So we're looking at balancing that out. We have about 4.5 million that came forward to proposals. Not all of them were approved in this fiscal year. So we're requesting that we allocate $5.5 million in set funding from the new fiscal year, 24-25, that also be identified and allocated towards the ag initiative in fiscal year 24-25. Again, the intent is to balance out and complete the $10 million that was approved by panel earlier in, I think it was November of this past year. We also have the moratoriums. So what you have in front of you or are seeing on your chart is the list of moratoriums. These have not changed. So all of these moratoriums are the same from what was approved in fiscal year 23-24 as well. We're asking that these same moratoriums continue in state fiscal year 24-25. And now we get to the fun part. Hopefully that was quick. I know everybody's trying to get back to where they need to be. So we are asking for an action item on behalf of the panel to approve these recommendations. We are again requesting for the panel to approve the reimbursement rates as they have been recommended, the project caps, the funding allocations with the setting aside of the 5.5 million for the ag initiative. And we are also requesting, as part of this, the flexibility for ETP staff, executive staff, to be able to look at rebalancing the allocations towards the latter part of next fiscal year in order to ensure that the demand is that we have funding in the right buckets for each of the demand that we have available. So that second bullet under funding allocations is around that. Our intentions are, if we are going to change it significantly, obviously we would bring it back to panel to get that approved. But it is does appear that the way we're set up sometimes, we don't have enough demand in certain categories. So we want to be able to have the flexibility to move that around a little bit if needed. So we are asking for that flexibility as well in this action item. And then the approval of the moratorium as well. So with that, completes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Director Gutierrez, what would qualify as a significant change in the allocation? Is it more, if we would say like more than 3% of shifting of funds, then you can come back to panel, make us aware of this?
That is a great question. We haven't defined that yet. We're happy to do that. If
you like
would
the number
us to do.
3%?
I'm sorry?
Do you like 3%?
Actually, we're happy to bring anything back, but 3% is a good number. 3% of that would be ideal if we want to move around in those buckets. I think 3% makes sense. If anything exceeds 3%, we will make sure to bring it back to panel.
Sounds good to me. Any other questions, comments, funding limits?
Okay, motion to approve staff recommendation of the request of panel to approve the following items as described. The reimbursement rates, the project caps, the funding allocations, including the maximum amount of 5.5 million for set funding to continue to support the LWDA agricultural initiative, and with the allowance for staff to rebalance allocations toward the end of the fiscal year 24-25 based on demand up to 3%. And the moratoriums.
Second.
Beckon's already done. Fantastic. Do we have any public comments on this?
No public comments.
Any from? Nope. So we have no one in the room, no one online, so we can go to a vote.
Chris Dombrowski.
Aye.
Mike Hill.
Aye.
Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Rick Spiles.
Aye.
Madison Hugh.
Aye.
Alrighty, so that motion is adopted.
Thank you very much, panel.
Next is NACES code, I believe.
Good afternoon, panel members, stakeholders, and staff. My name is Nancy Tran, the Research Analytics Division Manager. I'll be presenting the ETP Priority Industry Review and Recommendations on behalf of Jerry Jerome, the Data Analytics Manager, who has prepared this presentation but unable to attend today. Here with me today, we have EDD's Labor Market Information Division Senior Research Data Specialist, Brandon Hooker. Each of us will be providing separate presentations, and I'll provide some background on ETP's priority industries usage, and Brandon will be presenting the California economics highlights. Then I'll return with some additional information and action items for panel. Next slide, please. So under the Unemployment Insurance Code, the legislator finds and declares that the panel must identify priority industries to promote a healthy labor market in a growing competitive economy, as well as maintain a system to continuously monitor economic and other data required under this plan 10205B. Listed on the slides, you'll see that the priority industry specific mentions that can be found in our legislation, regulations, and our ETP website. Next slide. So what is the North American Industry Classification System, also known as NAICS? ETP reviews the NAICS for any changes that affect the changing economy. Developed as a standard for use by federal statistical agencies, NAICS is a numerical coding system that categorizes economic industry sectors. It groups the businesses and establishments into industries based on similarities in the process used to produce goods and services. Shown here on the table is a breakdown of how NAICS codes are broken down across the Northern American countries, US, Canada, and Mexico. The first two numbers of the codes designate the economic industry sector, such as agriculture or construction. The remaining digits are comprised of the industry groupings and national industry subsectors. ETP operates on the national industry 6-digit codes. Next slide, please. So every 5 years, the Office of Management and Budget and the Bureau of Labor Statistics reviews NAICS establishments for potential revisions to keep up with the pace of the changing economy. The most recent NAICS revision was released last year in 2022, and the next revision is scheduled for 2027. So although the revisions are done every 5 years, ETP staff reviews the NAICS for any changes and updates panel with any findings annually. Based on the demand of employers for trained workers and changes in the state economy, the labor market trends, this will allow us to analyze industry and economic performance to set priority fundings for the fiscal year. Next slide. So some more information on the background. The panel establishes priorities for the fiscal years and identifies the key industries that contribute to the healthy labor market, designating them as priority industry. ETP reviews the NAICS codes to determine if the NAICS code is designated as an industry being threatened by the out-of-state competition. If the NAICS code is identified as a priority industry code, employers may be provided the higher reimbursement rate than the standard rate, or may be provided a lower required wage for set projects. Companies who are not designated as a priority industry can still be funded. They may not just receive those high reimbursement rates or the lower wage requirement opportunities. I also want to note that the priority industry status does not in any way indicate eligibility or guarantee funding. Right. The EDD Labor Market Information Division's mission is to help people understand California's economy and make informed labor market choices. Last year, we partnered with LMID to gain the data-driven insights analysis, such as job growth and wage trends, concepts that are already adopted within our legislative statutes. Collaborating with EDD LMID to conduct the data-driven analysis was a successful effort that empowered us to streamline the priority industry designation process. Our goal was to identify industries that contribute to a healthy, competitive economy relying on scientific data. Moving forward, we are committed to sustaining this data-driven approach. Now I'd like to introduce to you Brandon Hooker from EDD Labor Market Information Division, who will be providing a presentation of the NAICS industry analysis. Once he's complete, you'll hear from me again with some recommendations based on the analysis. Here's Brandon.
Great. Thank you. On behalf of EDD's Labor Market Information Division, it is our pleasure to present to you today the findings that we've had, the analysis that we've done, and the recommendations. So again, thank you, Chairperson and panel members, as well as Executive Director, for this opportunity to present. Next slide, please. Now, the EDD's Labor Market Information Division, we took together and analyzed 4 separate segments of the data that we collect. These data come from the Bureau of Labor Statistics federal programs that we administer, and they're going to be broken out into our current employment statistics program, where you're going to see on the slide the job section, the quarterly census of employment and wages, which is basically a census of all businesses in California that participate in the unemployment insurance program for California, and also the 2-year as well as 10-year industry projections, basically looking at how an industry will change over time, whether there are structural changes in the economy or there are other innovations and advancements in technologies that are creating more jobs. Next slide. In terms of agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting, the largest segment of this is tied to support activities for agriculture and forestry. And that's a lot of our temporary help labor contractors are concentrated there. When we're looking at the overall numbers, we have large gains there, but also on the crop production side. And what you'll notice on the average weekly wages, when compared to some more of the high-tech industries within California, the wages are going to be significantly lower because of the educational requirements that are for those specific jobs. But it's not to say that those jobs aren't necessary and benefit California's economy. Also looking at overall projection forecasts, they are a little bit lower in terms of comparing it to the statewide average that you see on the 2-year side of 2.8%. And then on the 10-year side of 16.0%, but we are still seeing that growth. We haven't seen any declines within agriculture. There's still a high demand for agricultural products. And in terms of overall market value, it's increased by over $13.8 billion over the past 5 years. Next slide. And in terms of LMID's recommendation, we were looking for the crop production side, just because of overall demand for agricultural products we foresee increasing over time. So the overall demand for crops has been increasing, as well as being diversified. As we've seen a lot of the farmers change to more of the high-end, high-profit crops, we see crop production growing, and we recommend it. Next slide. In terms of mining and logging, the largest concentration of mining and logging was in that support activities for mining, which basically they do a lot of the site work before a lot of the extraction begins. But as you know, California is moving due to its climate commitment to more clean energy and less dependency on fossil fuels. So that's why you're seeing that overall decline in oil and gas extraction, and why our recommendation is going to be more tied to that mining except oil and gas. And I'll get into more detail on that. In terms of the overall forecasts we see, those are largely influenced by California's commitment to clean energy. So you're seeing a lot of declines, especially on the oil and gas side. And the one that stands out is that mining except oil and gas on the 2-year side, in terms of the 2-year projection that we see, because of a lot of the changes that are going on in California's economy. And on the next slide, I'll explain a little bit more in terms of that. In terms of mining, except oil and gas, what I want you to really focus on is a lot of the investments that we're going to be seeing in lithium mining. California's already invested $27 million. And if anyone's not familiar where that's at, it's in the Salton Sea, which is between Imperial and Riverside counties. Okay, next slide, please. And that's where this recommendation is coming from. We see further growth within that. In terms of overall studies that have been done, the Berkeley lab estimated there are over 18 tons of potential lithium there, which would be by far the world's largest supply. And all of this extractions, they actually serve to produce a lot of the materials needed to source and found a lot of the electrical vehicles. So we see how California's commitment is to clean energy. We see where electrical vehicles are going and how they're being purchased. So we're seeing this as a potential priority industry. Oh, next slide. Thanks. In terms of overall construction, construction is expanding, as you know, throughout the state, but in various forms, and I'll describe that. In terms of specialty trade contractors, when you see that growth, just think about the plumbers, a lot of the pipe fitters, even electrical work. Those are concentrated there. Construction of buildings actually includes commercial sites as well as residential sites. And when we're looking at overall projections for it, it's very consistent and pretty much in line with a lot of the growth patterns we're seeing for the state, both on the 2-year side and the 10-year side. Next slide. Now, in terms of overall construction, it goes beyond just residential home demand. We're seeing high-speed rail construction throughout the state, especially in the Central Valley. Looking at some of the estimates from the California High-Speed Rail Authority, it's created over 10,000 jobs since the dirt started flying in the beginning for this project. And we see further investments on the federal government side. Also, in terms of construction, there's a lot of federal investments in terms of infrastructure. So we're getting a lot of the federal funding tied to infrastructure, the building of clean energy facilities, the facilities themselves. So we're seeing construction of buildings, also heavy and civil engineering contracts, and also specialty trade contractors. Those industries you see growing in the future, and that's why they're prioritized. Next slide. And the one after that, thank you. Now, in terms of overall manufacturing, we see that the largest concentration is on the durable goods side. And we're talking about durable versus non-durable. Durable are more of the products that are going to last longer than 2 or 3 years. When you're looking at non-durable, you're talking about some more of the perishable items, pharmaceuticals, food, things of that nature. So the larger concentration is on that durable goods side. When we're talking about manufacturing, obviously, we know the trends related to robotics and mechanization and how it's affected it, but we have seen growth in advanced manufacturing. So that's why we see that positive gain in terms of the employment projections on the short term, as well as the long-term side. Next slide. Now, in terms of overall manufacturing and the industries that we prioritized, the one with food manufacturing, that's tied to overall growth within our ag sector and also the processing of these foods. That's where that growth is coming from. Looking at the next slide, it involves chemical manufacturing. So think about a lot of the pharmaceuticals. Looking at some of the data from the Department of Finance's forecasts, in terms of the population, we're finding that over the next 10 years, persons 55 years and older are going to increase from 11.5 to 12.9 million people. And as we know, as we age, there's going to be more of a dependency potentially on pharmaceuticals so people can have a healthy lifestyle. Also, when we're looking at computer and electronic product manufacturing, under that code lies semiconductor manufacturing. And in terms of semiconductors, when we're looking at the large scale, macro scale, 1 out of every 5 semiconductor jobs in the nation is in California. Also, when we're looking at some of the federal investments coming in, they're going to be coming in through the CHIPS Act, where we're going to begin doing more of the domestic production of semiconductors. And over the next 10 years, the federal government is going to invest over $280 billion in that. Next slide, please. In terms of trade, transportation, and utilities, we're looking at the largest concentration on that retail side. And as you can see, it translates into the retail side wages. We know that there's a lower skill set for retail jobs. A lot of the times, people get a second retail job to supplement their income. But like a lot of us, this was our starter job in retail trade. So it does have lower wages because of its lower educational requirement. But when we're looking at the overall forecast over that period of time, we do see growth within the trade, transportation, and utility side, the wholesale trade side, and more primarily that transportation, warehouse, and utilities. And I'll explain why a little bit further. Next slide. Now, in terms of trade, transportation, and utilities, we're looking at the utility side. And again, California's commitment to clean energy and utilities is basically tied to a lot of the natural gas and distribution, the generation of electrical, and everything outside of the fossil fuels aspect of it. But when we're looking at the other aspects of this and our recommendations, such as the truck transportation and warehousing, we're seeing increased activity at our ports. Consumer spending is up and continues to be up, regardless of high inflation and risk to the increases or in the interest rates. We have seen consumers continuing to spend, and higher activity at the ports means higher need for truck transportation jobs. Also, when you're looking at truck transportation and you're breaking it down by demographics of the workers, there's a large concentration of older workers. So there's going to be turnover in that labor force. So investing there would be very beneficial. Next slide. Oh, next one too. Thank you. Now, in terms of information, when you see information, it's really broken up primarily between a lot of the high-tech sector and our motion picture industry. When we're looking at the overall jobs within that, a lot of it's tied to our publishing side. And within the publishing side, we have various forms of media there, but we are seeing growth in the computer infrastructure side, as well as the broadcasting and content providers, basically the web streamers, those type of firms within California. And if you can just remember back to that first slide on agriculture and then compare it to the wages you see here, you see how there's a higher demand for these jobs because of how technical they are, and they're compensated well because of that. When we're looking at the overall 2-year and 10-year projections, for the most part, generally speaking, we are seeing growth along the information side. Next slide, please. And in terms of our recommendations, these are tied more to the fact that people are doing more of their web streaming, and they're using a lot of their phones and other electronic devices to access a lot of this media now. So there's growth potential there on the media streaming side. And we're seeing firms that are aligned with this and their services aligned with this. They've been growing substantially over the past few years. Next slide. Now, in terms of financial activities, it's broken up mainly between the finance and insurance side and the real estate side. And on the finance and insurance side, you're talking more about the banks and a lot of the financial investors, also a lot of the venture capitalists within California. When we're looking at the overall projections, some of them are in line with the projected forecast when compared to the statewide average. Some of them are a little bit lower, as we're noticing. What you've noticed primarily, if you've gone to some of the banks, a lot of the banks are moving less from the teller side to more on the financial investment side. So they're hiring more of the financial planners. A lot of those tied to a lot of the investments. A lot of the bank telling that people are doing now is through an automated teller service. So next slide, please. And this goes in line with what we're seeing. We're not saying that there won't be jobs on the bank teller side, but we're saying that more of the high-end, high investment jobs, we're going to be tied to a lot of the financial investments and a lot of securities and things of that nature. Next slide. Now, in terms of professional and business services, the largest concentration comes out of professional, scientific, and technical services. So when you see that, just think about the R&D side, think about a lot of the architectural engineering side, and a lot of the high-tech advancements coming out of California are within that industry itself. When you're looking at the administrative and support and waste services side, a lot of that is tied to a lot of the recycling within the state. So we're seeing a lot of growth there. Also supportive services for a business. So they're going to do a lot of their office administrative work. Also a lot of business support work. Maybe some of that low-end bookkeeping is going to be done there. Looking at the overall forecast on the 2-year and 10-year side, we see growth in excess, especially on the professional, scientific, and technical side. Also on the administrative and support and waste side over 10 years. So there's going to be high demand for these jobs. Next slide, please. And now in terms of the overall demand for the jobs and what tied us into our potential priority industries and our recommendations on the accounting side, there's always a need for accounting. As laws change, firms need more and more accountants in bookkeeping and tax preparation to assist them with that. Next slide. And also what's tied to the growth in construction within California is the growth within our architectural and engineering related services. Also in terms of computer systems design and scientific research and development, those firms are often tied to a lot of the artificial intelligence firms within California. And as all of you know, AI is exploding in terms of its growth, not only in California, but across the nation. So they see potential growth not only within the firms themselves that have AI companies, but a lot of the startup firms that are using AI for growth. Next slide. In terms of private education and health services, the largest concentration is out of our healthcare and social assistance side with 2.7 million jobs in December of 2023. But when we're looking at the overall forecast, you can see in terms of healthcare especially, a lot of that's tied to a lot of the growth in demand and need for healthcare as we are seeing within California's population, large and larger concentrations are getting older within California. So they're going to have those needs, especially on the healthcare side. Also, when you're looking at the social assistance side, there's greater need for mental health support systems on the local level. So we're going to be seeing some growth there as well. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of the ones we selected or recommended, ambulatory healthcare services and nursing care facilities, again, tied to a lot of the population trends that we're seeing in California as the aging population grows. There's just greater need for healthcare services, especially those on the nursing care and residential care side. Next slide. Now, in terms of leisure and hospitality, the largest concentrations are within accommodation and food services. Basically, accommodation is more on the hotels and motel side, and the food services are not only the full service restaurants, but also the limited service restaurants, and also some of the food trucks and catering services are included there as well. Arts, entertainment, and recreation, that's getting more into the spectator sports, even some of the gambling industries within California. A lot of the job requirements for the jobs there are significantly lower when compared to our high-tech industries. That's why you're seeing the disparity in the overall wages. But when we're looking at some of the trends related to tourism in California and some of the forecasts that we're seeing between 2024 and 2026, there was an estimate and forecast that it's going to grow in terms of total spending in tourism, 159 billion to 177 billion over the next 2 years. So you see how important tourism is. And also on the local side, in 2022, over 11.5 billion was collected on the local side in taxes as a result of tourism. So that's a great importance to the state. So moving on to the next slide. You're going to see why we are focusing on performing arts and spectator sports. People still do have discretionary income, and they're still going out to see the spectator sports. And it's not just the spectator sport itself, it's what's surrounding it, the restaurants surrounding it, the hotels surrounding the spectator sports, all those supports. So you're going to have direct investment, and then it's going to flow into indirect jobs when you're investing there. Next slide. And also in terms of accommodation and food services, what we like to look at is the occupancy rate as an economic variable, basically the number of hotel and motel rooms out of the total that are occupied within the state. Right now, we're hovering around 69%, which is greater than the nation. But to put that in perspective, when we're going through the COVID-19 pandemic, even in our urban areas, that number got as low as 19%. In San Francisco, 22% in LA. So we've come a long way, and that's translating into jobs that we're seeing, especially on the spectator sports side, and the accommodation, and then the food service and drinking places. Next slide. In terms of other services, the largest concentration comes out of the religious grants and civic organizations. And when we're talking about overall growth, it is tied to a lot of the personal and laundry services. When you see personal, it's more of like the personal care side, the hair salons, the nail salons, things of that nature, massage therapists, et cetera. When we're looking at the overall growth, we see large growth on the personal and laundry services. And that's more concentrated on the personal care because people will have more discretionary income. Also, the fact that it's an older workforce, so there's going to be some turnover over time. So we're seeing potential growth there. Next slide. And the ones we recommended were on the personal and laundry services side, as well as on the social advocacy organization side. California is home to a lot of social advocacy organizations, so we're going to be seeing a lot of growth there potentially in the future. And then wrapping up with the next slide. Within public administration. So this is basically our government sector and subsectors, federal, state, and local. In terms of the growth and the most growth, we see it on the state government side. When we're looking at some of the state government employment, larger and larger concentrations of workers are getting older. So there's going to be need for turnover, also need for different kinds of services moving forward within California to address different workforce challenges and socioeconomic challenges. Next slide. And that's why our recommendations are tied to state and local government. And that's my last slide. I'll turn it over to.
Thank you, Brandon and his team at LMID for that thorough analysis of the industries and how the California establishments are trending. On to the next slide, please. That's the right presentation. Slide 7. Thank you. So for priority industry recommendations, ETP considers the following factors when analyzing the LMID data and also compared it against ETP's current designations, policies, and regulations. The first factor we kept in mind are legislation and regulation statutes where they state that we should foster creation of high wage, high skilled jobs, or foster retention of high wage, high skilled jobs in manufacturing and other industries that are threatened by out of state and global competition, and promote the retention and expansion of the state's manufacturing workforce. The second factor we took into consideration is LMID's data-driven analysis and projections, including their industry employment wages and including their industry employment wages and business trends. Last, we want to continue to support our legislative leaders, monitoring executive orders, and reaching to initiatives that impact the state's economy, such as the climate commitment, the film production, and the workforce development. Next slide. So based on our analysis, LMID made some industry suggestions that we agreed with, and some we chose not to recommend based on some considered factors listed in the last slide. For example, certain codes, not all, in the motion picture film industry has been declined, and this could be due to the recent film strike and production moving out of California. LMID's data shows minimal gains and are not recommending for prioritization, but there is California initiatives such as the California Film Commission tax credit that ETP will support the reattraction efforts to keep film production and its jobs in California. Another area where ETP is staying in alignment with the California initiatives is the California Climate Commitment, is supporting the reduction of fossil fuel, including coal, and transitioning away from the big oil polluters, therefore not including those specific industries in the priority designations. Can you please display the table? Thank you. So what you see here is a table comparison of ETP's current priority industries and NAICS compared to the recommended changes. Going from left to right, there's a 2-digit code, the NAICS industry names, the ETP current priority industry codes, the recommended changes, and you'll also notice that there are green fonts, which indicate the 45 codes that are recommended to be added to the ETP priority industries. There you'll also see some red fonts, which indicates there are 87 priority industry designations that are recommended to be removed from ETP priority industries. So with those to be added on the green fonts, ETP took into account LMID's data-driven analysis, including their industry employment, business establishment, and wage trends. For that, we are recommending to designate those 45 new codes as priority industry for the next fiscal year. These industries particularly have jobs with large concentration in wages over the statewide average, which are being considered. Large number of people in jobs, even with lower wages like tourism and food beverage, are being considered. We are also taking into account short-term and long-term employment projections, industries that are up and coming, current status of the state's economy that may be affecting the growing economy. For the fonts that are in red, ETP is carefully considered the existing priority designations, deliberating whether or not certain industries should retain designation or remove from the list recommended by LMID. Within these sectors, they may have had nominal gains in employment compared to the other industries. Overall, the demand for jobs have been weakening over the years and lower wages than the statewide average jobs. And since these elements aren't particularly promoting a healthy labor market and growing competitive economy, as mentioned in our LEDs, as of today, we are recommending to remove those 87 codes from their current priority industry designation for this next fiscal year. The data analytics team did pull data from last year and can confirm that the companies within the recommended to remove codes have not been funded in the past fiscal year. Again, I want to state that the priority industry status does not in any way indicate eligibility or guarantee funding. Priority industry designations may provide the benefits of high reimbursement rate or lower wage requirements by panel, but approved by panel on a case-by-case basis. Can I go back to the slide, please? Next slide. So in summary, our goal is to promote that healthy labor market while maintaining a system to continuously monitor the economic trends. We prioritize a standardized approach, relying on scientific data to identify industries that are most vital to California. ETP partnered with LMID as subject matter experts since they already collect and analyze California's labor force, wages, employment projections, and other key data to produce statistical analysis. Recommended to keep ETP's current priority industries and adopt LMIDs minus some codes that don't align with the ETP legislation or the governor's office initiatives. We'd like to add the 45 to the priority industries and remove the 87 existing priority industry designations. Last, we would like to continue this process each year and refine to continue to target the key industries in California. And again, I want to remind that employers that are determined to be within the designated priority industry may obtain the benefits of the higher reimbursement rate or a lower wage requirement. With panel approval on a case-by-case basis, companies that are not designated in the priority industry can still be funded. They just may not receive those benefits. Next slide. So action item, panel approval of the NAICS changes. Staff would like to know if panel or stakeholders have any questions. Staff also requests approval to adopt the NAICS codes recommendations. Both Brandon and I are happy to discuss any questions and refer back to any of the slides. This information will also be posted on the ETP website in the April 2024 panel meeting. We would also like to reiterate again, priority industry status does not in any way indicate eligibility or guarantee funding. Priority industry designations may provide the benefits of the higher reimbursement rate or lower wage requirement based on panel approval on a case-by-case basis, and companies who are not designated as priority industry can still be funded. They just may not receive those benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I mean, I have one, but someone's welcome to go before me if they want.
I have a few.
Well then, I'll let you start. You might wanna say.
To you and the team, Mr. Booker, it never ceases to amaze me how much information is collectively inside your heads. Amazing work. A follow-up question for the film industry, where is that retained in the NAICS codes?
That was in the 512. motion pictures.
512. So I see for,
There is one that's broadcast, it's in under information, there's broadcasting and content providers on the table. That's,
those are the film production companies that would retain the priority, but then if they're listed under sound recording, publishing, telecommunications, computing infrastructure, and other information services, they're not in that bucket.
So the 512 LMID is recommended to remove, but ELT had decided to keep that as a priority industry as we want to encourage to keep the film production in California as part of one of the initiatives.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, I see it in red, some 512s, but we're gonna, ELT staff is, ETP staff is requesting to keep those. So I have to do a nuanced motion.
Yes, in the table, it's referenced as the 516, 110 through 516, 120 broadcast and content providers will be kept as a priority industry. And all other remaining ones are to be removed as recommended.
Okay, and then that includes the film industry. Okay, got it. I am not the biggest of fans of prioritizing finance and insurance industry for the probability of receiving a higher reimbursement rate and a lower wage. I'm encouraging that, but that's my perspective. It's really the lower wage incentive thing that,
in the finance industry.
especially the finance industry. Yeah. And especially with what you've been saying of like, they're moving more and more to investment strategies rather than in-person services and taking away kind of where those entry-level things. I'm just not that comfortable with prioritizing that industry, but I'd like to see what everybody else says.
I know where you're going on that one. I have a piece around transportation and warehousing. So I think about, one of our big priorities is manufacturing. If you don't have the transportation and warehousing infrastructure, you're not going to have manufacturing. It's going to be fair. I think that's very strange to remove that one from priority. It's also one that I know can have lower wages and may possibly filter out if we don't have it as a priority. Now, rail, I know the high-speed rail, there are good wages there, but some of the ones I think of proposals we've seen that have been more warehousing and that tend to be that lower. So that makes me a bit uneasy to remove that as a priority based on how that industry is traditionally with wages and that side and supporting the other priorities that come around it. So that one feels a bit, for me, when I look at it, some of the others make perfect sense. That one feels the most, I feel a bit more passionate about.
And share that sentiment too. The other one is by adding the personal care services, dry cleaning and laundry services and other personal services. If they come before us, it's going to create a very interesting dynamic of investigation into compensation for some of these personal care attendees that is covered in the news. But it'll be interesting. I'm thinking of nail salons specifically, 1099ers, and it's almost like it's an industry that is
a lot of 1099s.
Ripe for a better understanding.
I don't know if EDD has anything more on that. That feels quite a 1099er industry, more so than a.
I mean, it depends
Or
on
is it
the
a mix
business
now
itself.
because of a change in some of the legislations for hairdressers and stuff?
Yeah, it
isn't
depends on the business itself, whether they are. Sometimes they're businesses that use a lot of maybe even H-1Bs, things of that nature. But that'd be something that have to be investigated by each business in the way they conduct business.
I would be comfortable making a motion to accept.
I have one question.
Oh, yes.
I know you mentioned that for the removal NACE codes that we didn't have any funding or we didn't have any applicants last year in those, but did we, for the ones that we're adding, did we have applicants that received funding in those categories already from the last year? And just how many roughly, if there's any kind of estimate on that?
That's a great question, but I don't have the data available for that.
I also agreed with a lot of the comments as well.
Do you share the same sentiment about the personal care services line? item kind of thing?
So for me, I'd much rather put transportation and warehousing as priority versus other services, personal care, and that side of it.
And
That's
then
my preference when I think about the ecosystem of priority industry, keeping industry here in California, et cetera, if you don't have that infrastructure.
Right, and then finance and insurance.
We
too.
also at GoBiz, we think of when we're thinking about job creation and trying to target, priority industries, we think about it in a term of service industry typically doesn't show up in a lot of our stuff because the customers have to be there already. It's not a job that could locate in Arizona. So again, if there's enough, nail salon is a great example. If there's enough people in the area that want to get nail salon services, it's going to happen on the natural usually versus, again, thinking about logistical jobs, like those could potentially get moved to Nevada, Arizona, those kind of things.
I also think about size of organizations of personal care. Most of them are much smaller and small business versus larger employees. Not that that has to be like a sway, but a lot of them are like groups of 10, 15 employees rather. And so they'd all come on delegation in that way. I don't know. I mean, I don't feel that there's much of a need there as there is on transportation and warehousing. Rick's looking at me.
Love your recommendations, but we have our own too.
And Madam Chair, if I may, one more as well. As part of the executive team, we also looked at the 2-digit code 21, which is mining, quarrying, and oil and gas. And even though LMID's recommendation was to include those, we were actually recommending to remove them from priority industry, as obviously California and the initiative is to move towards electric. We were considering that as part of this and would like that considered as part of the conversation, as well as removing those two codes, 212 and 213 from priority as well for your consideration.
Madam Chair, I'm going to excuse myself if that's okay.
You may. I know you've got to get a flight. We may be here sometime. No, I don't know. You are welcome to, Rick.
Hi, I'm trying to follow where 212 to 213 you said is. So I can't just go by the 2 digits, right? In my motion, I have to go by, where's the 213?
So they're all a part, 212 and 213, I apologize, are part of the 2-digit code 21.
Okay.
They fall into that category.
Okay, got it. So I can remove those, but that still keeps lithium. Okay, I got you. Ready to see if I can.
You think you got this?
No. Well, we'll see. Okay.
We'll shout if you have it.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation of priority industries as outlined with the following amendments. To remove 212 to 213, the mining, including oil and gas. To add back in 48 to 49, transportation and warehousing, inclusive of air, rail, water, vehicle, and goods transportation and warehousing. To remove finance and insurance, securities, commodity contracts, and other financial investments and related activities, 52. And to remove 81, personal care services, dry cleaning, and laundry services and personal services.
Right to me.
For a second.
I have a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any public comments on this one?
No public comments online.
Thank you. And it looks like no one's coming from the room, so we will go to vote.
Kristen Brusky.
Aye.
Mike Hill. Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
Madison Hugh.
Aye.
Alrighty, so we're all in agreement, so that motion is adopted. Thank you.
Can I ask of Mr. Booker for the following year and when you come back to us, I would love to see the wage progression that's anticipated for each of these industries. If you have access to that data to add in that kind of column, and by the numbers too, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, I think it's back to staff. Yeah, the last presentation on the strategic plan. Yeah. It's like, I don't know who's presenting it, but I know someone is.
Coming back here again. I'm back here again. Thank you for having me again. I'll be presenting the 2022-2023 annual report and the strategic plan for the 2021 through 2024, which is the last phase of the strategic plan. This was prepared by the Research and Planning Division, and we'll first dive into the highlights of the annual report, showcasing some achievements, key figures, and success stories from the fiscal year 2022-2023. And then following that, we'll shift over to strategic plan for phase 3 of 2024, outlining some of the objectives and initiatives for the remainder of this year. Next slide. All right, so let's dive into some impressive numbers to define our impact. Since 1982, ETP has funded over 98,000 businesses, trained and retained 1.5 million workers, and 1.9 billion has been invested since the inception of ETP. These numbers represent the impact to California businesses and workers with the skills they need to thrive. Next slide. So I wanted to mention some highlights during the fiscal year of 2022-2023. First thing is the data collection and analysis. Continuing our commitment to comprehensive data analysis, ETP expanded the data collection efforts for deeper insights. We strengthened that data collection for collecting the wage enrollment. This enhanced our ability to track progress and outcomes when comparing it to the post-retention wage. By examining the wages changes before and after training, we gained that valuable insight to the wage progression. In a step forward also as well, we were able to also collect occupations for each training participant. This enabled us to precisely identify job occupations for each trainee. Priority industry recommendations, as you heard at the last presentation, this is building on past successes. We collaborated with EDD and LMID to define the ETP priority industries based on scientific data. And as we presented earlier, this was a data-driven approach when the labor market analysis, which resulted in a successful effort that empowered us to streamline the priority industry and designation process presented to panel. ETP was able to secure some alternative fundings and grants, innovative alternative funds during that fiscal year for programs such as the Workforce Literacy Pilot Program and Health Workforce Advancement Fund. We also had grants such as the Paid Family Leave and Social Entrepreneurs for Economic Development, also known as SEED, furthering our mission to empower the workforce development and economic growth. And the last highlight is to enhance our transparency, ETP developed informational videos covering the program details and process. The topics available now are the high employment areas, HUA, and ETP wage requirements. These videos are readily available on the ETP website and the ETP YouTube channel. And this empowers stakeholders with a deeper understanding of our program and our process. Next slide. So now diving into some performance highlights during that fiscal year, the panel had demonstrated its commitment, approving 329 contracts, funding a total of about $88 million. This was an investment that highlights our dedication to driving that impactful program and fostering that economic growth. Next slide. At the same time, we had about 282 active contracts that were ongoing and active, which served over 82,450 trainees. So I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the efforts of ETP staff. Throughout the year, they managed an impressive workload of overseeing 610 contracts. From conducting outreach, developing panel proposals, executing contracts, processing invoices, and command center support, their dedication is commendable. I wanted to extend the appreciation to the ETP staff for their unwavering commitment to keep the operations running smoothly. And then I also want to express the gratitude to panel members and stakeholders as well. Your efforts in sustaining businesses and supporting their employees are instrumental in driving our collective success. Next slide, please. So in this annual report, we completed 267 contracts that have closed and successfully trained and retained over 43,000 trainees. However, when you do compare it to the previous fiscal year, that was in 21-22 too, we did notice that ETP funded 43 less contracts and placed 33,000 less trainees. And this was likely influenced by the lingering effects of the pandemic impacting the businesses in various ways. But despite the challenges, it's still encouraging to see the resilience among some of the businesses that were able to navigate through the adversity and emerging stronger. Next slide. ETP remains firm in supporting the small businesses, offering resources and training to the workforce developments. Noticeably, over 70% of our funding directed towards small businesses, and with nearly 30% of that was allocated to those fewer than 50 employees. However, it's important to highlight a decrease in a small business compared to the previous fiscal year. In fiscal year 21-22, we saw that over 2,000 businesses were served versus in this annual report of 22-23, we did witness a decrease serving approximately 1,300 businesses. And then just keep in mind that, most of our ETP contracts have a 2-year term, and the decline again could be due to the enduring the impact of the pandemic, with some of those businesses unfortunately able to survive during these challenges. Yet our commitment and support of the small business remains unwavering in fostering the economic resilience and growth. Next slide. So in this slide, this is just a funding comparison slide. We're examining the funding from the previous fiscal year. So noticeably, we're seeing that we had an increase in $28 million for the fiscal year 22-23 in comparison to the 21-22. Next slide. So the boost in funding, of course, correlates with the higher number of contracts approved and funded in the preceding year. So we observed the noticeable increase of 31 contracts approved. Slide. So let's dive into wage progression. So this is an exciting milestone for us. For the first time, ETP is able to analyze a small sample of the data, showcases the impacts of our program. As highlighted earlier, we were able to collect wage enrollment that has allowed us to compare this to the post-retention wages for the trainees. Since this was implemented as of January of 2022, it did only have that small sample size. But based on the findings, we see that there was an increase in median wages from the $26 per hour for the data that's collected at wage enrollment and to $31 per hour at post-retention wage. This data demonstrates the impact of our funding on the wage progression for the trainees who have successfully completed their training and remain employed by their employers. This evidence not only validates the effectiveness of our program, but also commitment to empowering individuals with the skills and opportunities they need to thrive in that workforce.
The slide that's printed and put it on my fridge.
Okay. I like that.
We need to make it into a t-shirt for you.
Next slide, please. Training demographics. All right, so for the reporting year of 22-23, the pie chart illustrates that some of the shifts on our trainee demographics. Noticeably, we did have over 60% of trainees that had a high school or GED education. This was an 11% increase in trainees in comparison to the fiscal year of 21-22 that was reported at 50%. The largest group of trainees in the age range of 25 to 24. However, when we compared it to the previous fiscal year in 21-22, we did see that there was a 12% increase on the trainees of 45 and older. Next slide, please. So continuing our exploration on the demographic chains, we also observed the notable shifts on the 9% increase in female trainees, 1% increase in African Americans. Furthermore, we also witnessed 13% increase funding in individuals of other ethnicities. Slide. On to ETP initiatives and programs. Many of our initiatives are geared to helping the businesses. So in this annual report, ETP had supported the retrainee job creation during this annual report, funding projects that demonstrated investments into California economy and workforce. At that time, ETP had funded 8.4 million, creating 6,046 jobs. Next slide. ETP continues to support the apprenticeship program while working with industries such as manufacturing to establish new ones. We funded 17 million and trained over 12,000 trainees in the fiscal year 22-23. Although we had less funding than the previous year of the fiscal year 21-22, that was at 22 million, which was $5 million in less funding, we were still able to maintain the same estimated number of trainees to train. On to the next slide. The legislature allocated $10 million from the general fund to expand workforce literacy training, particularly targeting immigrants, refugees, and English language learners. These funds supported aiming to enhance literacy skills, improving to access job training programs, ultimately upward mobility and enhancing business competitiveness through collaboration and with employers. As of June 30th, 2023, at the time, we had approved 5 contracts with a total of 1.3 million in approved funding. The remaining of the funds will be reported in the next annual report. Next slide. Governor Newsom allocated 25 million to address the shortage of the entry-level healthcare workers. The Healthcare Workforce Advancement Act, also known as the HWAF, supports the job seekers, aids career advancement workers, particularly those facing with limitations and career barriers. HWAF promoted the equity and economic mobility to increase inclusivity in the higher paying roles. Eligibility in healthcare and human services employers can directly contract under ETP, under the Health Workforce Advancement Fund, which was a one-time appropriation fund from the general fund. As of June 30th, 2023, we approved 10 contracts estimated to train over 3,000 trainees for the annual report of 2022-2023. The remaining of the funds will be reported in the next annual report for this as well. On to my favorite part of the annual report presentation, sharing a spotlight on success. We would like to share one from the ETP COVID pilot program, special employment training with HAW Ambulance. HAW Ambulance Services, Inc., they were the largest provider of the 911 ambulance services in Kern County, California. HAW Ambulance Services strives to provide quality service through well-trained staff. Prior to ETP funding, HAW Ambulance trained their staff in multiple locations, a single multi-use room on main campus, renting space from Elks Lodge or from a local private college. Other barriers included employing part-time, non-dedicated instructors. Having the limited space often made it difficult for them to schedule and pose considerable constraints on their resources. HAW's effort to improve the training environment and increase the amount of training available led them to apply and successfully secure the ETP funding. I would like to share a quote from Myron Smith, VP of Operations. With the help of ETP funding, HAW was able to build a dedicated training center aptly named the Harvey L. Haw EMS Academy that encompasses 3 classrooms, 2 offices with 2 dedicated paramedic instructors and an administrative assistant. As a result, ETP had given HAW Ambulance received $196,000 in funding and trained 98 healthcare jobs. Next slide. The second spotlight to share is from Icon Community Development Corporation from our C2 grants. This grant was available to support the entrepreneurship of immigrants and limited English proficient individuals who face significant employment barriers. The C2 grant provided micro grants, entrepreneurial training, and technical assistance to seed target populations to support them in starting and maintaining small businesses in California aimed to address the social problem or meeting the community need. The success story of the C2 grant empowered a small business, Tamales Clarita, to acquire a health department approved tamale cart. With this support, she established a legal sidewalk vending business in Los Angeles. At Icon CDC, she received technical assistance for the licenses, permit, and health department approvals. The awardee was immensely grateful to ETP for this opportunity. It's really amazing to hear the stories like this. Makes me proud to see the work that we do here at ETP staff, along with the panel funding these projects. We're definitely making an impact to changing lives on where we fund these kind of opportunities. Next slide. So now we're transitioning over to the ETP strategic plan of 21-24. Our strategic plan is a 3-year plan and it's updated annually by ETP. What I will be presenting today is the last phase of this year for 2024. Next slide. So as you may already know, in this fiscal year, we've allocated $10 million to support businesses, workers within the agricultural industry. The allocation aims to enhance the skills of farm workers, facilitating their transition into a higher employment opportunities, aligned with the broader initiative that was led by the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency. ETP's funding complements these efforts to expand the educational capacity and increase the access of high-paying jobs and improve job quality and wages within the agricultural sector. Next slide. So in the 22-23 state budget, the employment training panel also received $10 million as a one-time fund to expand the workforce in literacy training statewide, particularly targeting the immigrants, refugees, and English language learners. These funds support the program, enhancing literacy skills and improving access to job training programs. In addition, $25 million was allocated to the shortage of entry-level health workers. So the Healthcare Workforce Advancement Fund supported job seekers with aids to career advancement for workers, particularly those facing resource limitations and career barriers. HWAF promotes the equity and economic ability to inclusivity in the higher paying roles, and eligible healthcare and human service employers was able to directly contract under ETP, with ETP under HWAF. And this was as well a one-time appropriation from a general fund. ETP's investments are bridges to opportunities, ensuring Californians, regardless of the background, has a chance to thrive on our dynamic economy. So moving on to the next slide with alternative funds. In 21-22 fiscal year, ETP received $15 million of the general fund to establish the community college, California Community College Funds in alignment with California Community College's Strong Workforce Program. This partnership emphasizes the collaboration with the community colleges to attract the businesses provided by secure jobs and meet small business needs, reflecting the commitment to the economic development. Additionally, SB 129 allocated $15 million to the expansion funds program aimed to strengthen high demand sectors. This initiative supported by partnerships with businesses, labor, and government focused on inclusive training, supported high road employers, and addressed pandemic impacts, aligning with our mission to provide the business growth and worker for the small businesses. Next slide. Moving into grants, we launched the paid family leave small business grant PFL3 earlier in January this year, reinforcing our commitment to supporting California small businesses. Throughout the 2023-2024 fiscal year, we collaborated closely with multiple employer groups to extend the outreach to allocate $1 million in grant funds. These funds are aimed to alleviate the financial burden on businesses impacted by small businesses utilizing the PFL program. Next slide. The Social Entrepreneurs for Economic Development, also known as SEED. This empowers immigrants and limited English proficient individuals in California, providing microgrants, entrepreneurial training, and technical assistance to launch in or sustain small businesses. ETP collaborated closely with nonprofit community-based organizations to execute SEED components, fostering economic diversity and innovation in key industries statewide. Aligned with governor's vision, SEED supports the existing immigrant and limited English proficient owned businesses while enhancing the overall small businesses landscape in California. A total of $20 million in funding has been allocated over 14 participants with contracts that affect from the June 1st of 2022 all the way up until the May of 2024. All right, on to the work groups. So ETP has work groups. These dedicated teams are exploring ways to enhance our process and drive some meaningful improvements across our organization. Civic Makers is a leading consultancy and community practitioners to bring people together to design solutions to make our world a better place. Partnering with the governments, nonprofits, and mission-driven companies, they co-create some solution and public challenges. The Civic Makers role at ETP will focus on this year at first, improving our application process by utilizing their human-centered design approach with the design team. Second, capacity building and training for managers and staff. Civic Makers conducts training sessions, starting with the human-centered design methodology and to empower ETP members with essential skills like empathy, interviewing, journey mapping, and prototyping. Lastly, Civic Makers also organize an apprenticeship work group employing the human-centered design to assess and recommend funding strategies for apprenticeship programs involving panel members, stakeholders, and the design team. The next work group is the contractor onboarding. This is also known as the, formerly known as the group startup meetings. The contractor onboarding meetings transform our communication and collaboration with stakeholders. These meetings offer new contractors a comprehensive introduction to the ETP program, and guided by subject matter experts, they did interactive polls and provided resource guides. This year, exciting developments include the contractor cohort communication project. They want to keep the communications open throughout the contract lifecycle with strategic messaging tailored to each of the cohort's needs. They want to promote consistency and independence through the multimedia resources. And then the next slide with the program effectiveness work group. This was formed in 2022 and continues to collaborate with the members all across within ETP. The goal is to develop efficient and effective ways to improve the data collection to assess our effectiveness in trainings funded by panel and to measure that wage trainee progression. Some of the successful results from Pew was from the collection of the wage enrollment and occupations at a training level. This year, we're excited with the developments of implementing a satisfaction survey to gain some feedback and insights from our contractors. So, congratulations, you survived the 28 slides with me through the annual report and strategic plan. I do want to give a special thank you to the Research Analytics Division team for their contribution on compiling these reports. Jared Jerome, Tiffany Maslak, Wenda Tehamo, Con Lam, and Amy Wong. Thank you so much for your contributions on these reports. This concludes my presentation, and again, I appreciate your time, panel members, stakeholders, and staff.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Yeah, just a thank you. I think we are everything there. Okay, so if I look at the agenda correctly, I think we're going to public comment next. Oh yeah, opportunity for agenda. You can tell I'm at that end of the day. Opportunity for agenda items for future panel meetings. Anything from anyone? No, I know we did request to think about multiple entities in policy, but that is not
Go to
future
policy.
panel. Anything else for the good of the order? No. Now I can go to public comment. Good items not on the agenda. Thank you for that, Mike. Any public comment? There's not many left in the room.
Yes, we have a virtual.
Okay.
Philip, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'll be brief. I just wanted to talk a little bit about SB 1321. I share Mike Cable's take on it that this is just a bill. And after I read it, it's ominous, but it could be one of the better things that happened to ETP. We can look at where we can be better and what we do. But I will continue to work with the author. I will say this, that Senator Wahab, I've met her. She came out to one of our ETP customers in Fremont, a biopharmaceutical company, and she was impressed with the ETP project there. So she is sympathetic to what we do. On a personal note, I'm kind of progressive. I like her politics. She's passionate with the homeless. She cares about DEI. She wants high wages. I mean, that's really what she's trying to do. She's not trying to wreck the program. So we're going to work with her on that. So, and then I just want to say about Diana Torres, we go way back. She's going to be missed. This is so her not to tell anybody and just not show up. I'm going to get her for this, but man, we've gone to the mat a bunch of times. She will be missed. She was a tiger. And Diana, if you're listening, I love you. I miss you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Phil. Any other public comment?
No, that's it.
If I may?
Of course you can.
One, she's probably listening. So
Yeah.
congratulations, Diana. This is Gretchen saying congratulations on your retirement. Really sorry to see you go. Wish you were here in person so I could give you a hug, but you're phenomenal and you're going to be missed.
You know she's
I'm
going to be
sorry,
that
there's
ghost.
another public comment too.
You know she's going to be that ghost, don't you? Who's listening every month.
Yes.
She's not going to let
feel
go of it. And
And
Diana, if
then-
you're listening, you know that's what we know about you.
Yes.
And love
And
about
then
you.
second, we are graced by the presence today of some representatives from UFCW that are interested in non-traditional apprenticeship programs. And seeing that they sat through the entire hearing,
No.
I hope that staff will at least reach out to them afterwards and kind of connect on the
Are you
process for
pointing at
applying.
who needs to reach out to them, Willie? It's not you, it's Heather.
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic. United. There's another public comment. Two more public comments. It's either a Diana. I could have just gone right. Are we going?
Oh, George, can you hear us?
This is
Or Jorge?
Francisco Guerrero with College of the Secretary. I have a question regarding the funding allocation you approved today. Is the set funding, is the set funding limited just for the agricultural initiative for the upcoming fiscal year, or will be open to others?
Jorge? I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's really hard to hear you. I don't know if you have us on speaker. Can you try it again?
Kind of muffled.
Oh, let me.
Hear me now?
That's better.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the funding allocation you just approved. I noticed that you have set aside funding for SET. Is SET for the fiscal year, next fiscal year would be limited just to the agricultural initiative or for other NAICS?
I'm going to pass that to staff, whether they're going to answer or not, because it should be public comment, but I'm going to ask staff if they want to.
If panel would like me to answer the question, I can answer the question. Technically, public comments is just comment period and there's no response associated with it, but I'm happy to answer the question if panel would like me to.
As long as it doesn't go into a back and forth and conversation, I am good with an answer.
So no, it is not just for ag initiative. The set allocation is a total of the overall contracting capacity. It's 15% of the total overall contracting capacity. The 5.5 million that we are setting aside for next fiscal year is only a small portion of the 15%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have more public comment, correct?
Eldon Davison, can you hear us?
And say best wishes to Diane Torres. I've worked with her very closely over the years, and she's going to be sorely missed. I didn't know she was retiring, so it must have really been kept in secret. But if she's listening to this, I wish her the best.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
That's it.
That's it. So as we know, Diana's probably listening. So we'll all wish her the best. All right. So it's come to that time, I think. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. We better go for a roll call because I have to do it.
Chris Dombrowski. Mike Hill. Rebecca Betancourt.
Aye.
Gretchen Newsom.
Aye.
And Madison Hugh.
Aye.
All righty. So that motion's adopted and we are going to end pretty well at 2:45. We'll see you next month. I'll go that way.